Welcome welcome everybody to the Sleestakians Variety Show. I'm your host Lorenzo Sleestak. Really super sorry for the delay. We've been both Tech and I'll mainly blame myself, but have been having technical issues. We've been for some reason the last few weeks StreamYard hasn't. I'll type everything into StreamYard and it won't. And then all of a sudden, like it erases everything, and then I have
Yeah.
to type it in again. Like maybe I pressed the wrong key or something. But welcome,
Yeah. Well, actually,
welcome, Daniel Barry, Sports Highlights. Welcome, Shep. Good, always good to see you. And Facebook user is that Chris or Diana or maybe Niobe? Larry. And yeah, it's good. It's great to see you. Hi, Watha, and
oh
everybody else I mentioned. So what are we looking at now? This looks is that Zelda?
no, actually, it's art from a long time ago. I was
Hey, Stickyard. Sorry. Oh, hey, Chris.
actually, there should have been a. This is a different version for the same one. The what I was trying to do was actually I was trying to show off the AI generator thing that was in this thing, but I can't. But apparently, it's a beta thing, and so it's not actually on here. I have to download it, which I'm not gonna do that here because it's gonna.
Is it a beta or is it a gamma?
It's a beta.
I'm just joking.
Beta gamma.
Yeah,
Gamma beta.
that
Beta beta gamma.
there's like this whole like I won't say theory. I'll call it like a hypothesis that there's all these different types of guys, and some of them are alphas, and some of them are betas, but and some of them are gammas, and some of them are sigmas. And then there's the omegas. I think that one's supposed to be the worst, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. I think you know what? I think I did. I think I redesigned this in my other program. So
Oh, what's Dolly beta? Not sure what that is. Oh, hello
well,
again, Chris.
the only reason I was
Hello,
going to
hey,
show it,
Wolfpack One. Great to see you.
the reason I was going to show it off was because from what I saw of their little trailer for it, the Firefly thing, whatever it is, it makes it does stuff, and I was just kind of wondering is like how quick people are going to take the easy way out to get a good photo when it have you, or how or how easy it can be to
Take
meet up
the
to
easy
take a
way
photo.
out.
But
Oh, hey, Mike Brown. I'm sorry I didn't see your message. The Mike Brown show. He was the very first. Let's see. Does everybody ever? They're not. Oh, hey, Melinda. Great to see you as well. This is getting confusing because StreamYard doesn't always show me things in the order that they appear. But what was that? Did Zelda cut down the tree to have places? So what was that?
or I was going to show off the AI generator, and I didn't get to. Hang on, let me find the file that I fixed.
Okay, so people do have wrenches. Let's see. I'm looking directly at the YouTube chat because sometimes StreamYard kind of malfunctions. Good to see you, Shadow Hawk Talks, as always.
Mm-hmm.
Is that or is it Deedlit? Or is it an original character? That's a good question.
It's an original character. I had designed her a
Oh yeah, I thought you
long
had said
time
that.
ago. This is actually the update for that update. So this is the original
So
character.
I'm not. It's sorry for the folks on Facebook and Twitch because I don't know how to pin things over there or how to deal with anything really over on those channels, even though we broadcast to that. But it is. But the link to the show is pinned in the chat. I've been trying this experimental format lately where we're going back to the open panel because we did that back when the show first started.
Mm-hmm.
We had some issues for a while, and so we strayed away from the format. But I think we have been having some excellent discussions lately.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, I'll have a bunch of things planned out, and then people will come on and bring their own conversations, and as long as it doesn't get like there's certain like political
Don't
things that we
incriminate
really can't
yourself on a
talk about
fucking.
on YouTube
Yeah, please don't incriminate
because
yourself
of
while you're on this.
censorship and stuff.
Well, it's more like don't incriminate yourself on the
Well,
freaking.
yeah, you know, like the guy who came on and like he was talking about certain like merchandise that may
Mhm.
not have been
Don't incriminate yourself here
purchased
on
from
this
the
and get
proper
us
location. You
involved
know,
with your
like yeah,
stupid.
stuff like. But there's also I know Daniel, you got like a lot of like clients from different walks of life, and you don't want to like
Yeah.
alienate everybody. And we got a lot of viewers from different
Mm-hmm.
walks of life, so we're trying. It's but
Yeah.
yeah, I do appreciate everybody showing up and
Yeah.
yeah, hitting the like
Yeah.
button.
Yeah.
But
Lorenzo was actually kind of concerned that nobody was going to show up, but hey, y'all showed up. You know, that's brand loyalty, man. It's like that's
I
people
just
come
hit
show up
one
like, hey, how's
button,
it doing, dude?
press. Oh, I'm sorry. Press it on live, but like
Oh,
I
he's
said,
talking about
very
his
little
ex.
opinions. You have to have Twitch open on a laptop or a phone on the side to interact with chat. Yeah, I've got YouTube open, but not Twitch or Facebook. Um,
Yeah.
maybe
No,
in the future when I get more like maybe I'll
I
be
mean, I
able
have an
to.
iPad now,
I don't
so
know if I'd have
the
to
thing
get
is,
less ADD or more ADD in order to be able to better at
I'm not
multitasking.
sure.
Sorry.
Mm.
What were you saying? I'm sorry.
Oh no, I mean, it's just I have an iPad, so I can use that. But the sad part is that I can't use iPad to hook up to my very PC computer. So unless I get
Yeah,
another Apple computer, it's not
yeah,
happening.
yeah. I totally understand. Sticky art shorts and everybody in the chat, feel free to plug your channels. That's a major.
Plug
That's why
yourself.
you guys all have wrenches.
Well,
Also to get
the thing is, I also
if there's some bots and stuff, that too. But
the thing is, I have ultimate Game Pass on my so I can access PC games
yeah,
or games that are ported for PC as well.
yeah.
Because
Actually, I have that.
I don't quote me on this, but I do believe you can play base Diablo 4 pretty soon. I think they
Yeah,
mentioned it one time.
there. It is actually. I think it's a pretty darn good deal. The thing is, I like that you got the option. Like sometimes there'll be, um, okay, like sure you're running the games, but
Mm-hmm.
a lot of the times you can get the game for like if you got that ultimate, I think includes games with gold. So oftentimes
Yeah,
there's like you can get something
some
for a
good games.
discount if you've got that if you got you know so what you can do is if you like the game you can purchase it that way it it doesn't get taken away from you if you can't
Yeah,
afford the
because the games
ultimate
don't. Yeah, because the
subscription.
games don't stay. The games don't stay on there.
Yeah,
They eventually take them off, and
yeah, that's why I recommend. Yeah,
yeah. So the idea is that you can play the game, and if you have the money, you can get the game when you want. Because I got to play Jedi Fallen Order before they took it off, and so yeah, I like the game, but it's like
yeah.
they eventually took it off because they
Yeah, that
so
sucks. By the
that's
way, people check out Sticky Art Shorts. Pop open a tab.
crap. Hang on, Lorenzo.
Okay, and check out Wolfpack One. He's got an awesome channel. Streams nightly. Right now, Epic Games is giving Fallout New Vegas Ultimate Edition for free. Wow. I definitely, I don't know. There's some, some people don't like Epic Games or whatever, but if you got an Epic Games account or want to create one, sounds like now's the time to do it because I haven't played a lot of it, but what I played of Fallout New Vegas, it's a lot of fun. I think I ended up getting kind of lost somewhere, but I could just like would teleport back to or is it fast travel? I'm trying to remember what they use in that game. It was term they use in Fallout. I think it's fast travel. Because sometimes I get the Fallout and Elder Scrolls games confused. To me, Fallout 4 kind of feels like Skyrim. Actually, I'd say Skyrim has a better perk system. My apologies if they don't call it a perk system in that game. I can't remember what they call it exactly in Skyrim. I think Fallout 4 is a bit more limited. I think what they did is they tried to maybe simplify the games for newer players, and I think maybe I think
I'm
they
back.
took out
Sorry.
I think they took out too many of the RPG elements for me as far for my taste when it comes to like say a Fallout 4. It feels to me like a lot like Skyrim too. Oh yeah, but New Vegas does have some cool features, RPG type features in there. It's like there's even like a confirmed bachelor feature, and I recommend
Confirmed
folks check
bachelor
that
feature. I
out.
love the way this like the
Well, if they're, it's
confirmed
like
bachelor feature.
yeah, it's like actually it's pretty interesting that I think if the character this I think if the characters like your characters like romancing characters of the same sex or something, you get like a special perk for that. But they do it. They do it in like kind of a. They do it in like I don't know the way that they go about doing everything like that. It doesn't. It doesn't just feel like the. It doesn't feel like a lot of stuff these days. It feels like people are like, oh, we're just gonna like pretend we care about this social issue or that social issue. Whereas that's just like where in this game, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna try to cater to this demographic or that. It doesn't feel like that's what they're doing. It feels like I don't know. They just got a lot of features like that in the game. that like.
Well, I mean,
like you know, I mean, I think they're really creative with. I can't even remember anymore what they all are, but like. It's pretty awesome, like the different types of characters you can build, and like it seems like Fallout 4 to me. I love that game. I've gotten much further in that game than I have in any of the other Fallout games as far as levels and stuff. But I think it's a lot more streamlined, a lot more like a traditional first-person shooter than it is an RPG.
Yeah. Oh,
this guy. Sorry, Wolfpack.
Oh no, sorry.
For a while, but Wolfpack says I don't use Epic Games, but I do take the free games they give. They give.
Well,
Well, I'm gonna have to create an account there. Last time they gave all the Batman and. BioShock.
I've been trying to figure out where to go to get the games, and I've never because they put out a few games, and I just never figured out how to get them. And it's like, okay, I guess I'm doing something wrong because it only gives me stuff for Unity, not Unity. I'm sorry, for Unreal Engine, and I don't really mess with Unreal Engine no more. It's like I was poking and prodding with it, but I just kind of got tired of the damn thing because I couldn't figure out what I was doing. And then any tutorial I looked up just made it more confusing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on there. Hello, trusty sidekick. Wolfpack 1 says if you like Fallout, especially Fallout 2, you will love Wasteland 2 and 3. I'm not familiar. Oh, hey, Tim.
Well,
Tim Lim is in
for
the
those
chat.
one,
Always
those.
great to see you. He says, hola.
Hello, hola, cómo estás?
It's always a pleasure to. He's been just knocking it out of the park as far as him and Mark.
Yeah.
And the others on the team. I'm trying to think of who the letterist is and like the other people. But it looks like somebody. It looks like somebody's got something. Somebody is trying to connect, but El Hombre is trying to connect, but it says device not connected. Or device is not connected. Hope you're able to join El Hombre.
Well, if it's probably looking for a camera and he needs to. It's probably looking for a camera and he needs to shut off the camera bit, where it's asking to if we want to stream something from the camera, you need to turn the camera off. Because I noticed it does it with that if it can't find the peripheral that it's asking you to equip.
El Hombre is saying stuff in the chat, so we'll have to get to what he's saying. The ultimate version of Fallout, New Vegas, Wolfpack 1 says, is fully moddable too. So El Hombre says, what is up? Skyrim was pretty amazing, says Sticky Art Shorts.
By the way, if you guys
came out for sure as far as character building. Sorry, I need to get caught. I need to fix my settings. What he said. Hey, Bianca Zombie, welcome.
Be right back.
I'll be right. Okay, so what were you saying? I'm sorry, Daniel.
Okay, for those wondering what I'm trying to do, I'm actually looking up. Because I really don't do black stuff, so I need to fill in this costume. It needs to be black, and because I don't really do that,
you might want to rephrase what you just said.
This suit
really do black stuff.
This cat suit is supposed to be black leather, and I don't really, I really not too good with making that kind of texture or look. So I'm looking up instances where people do that, so I can figure out how to do it myself and not make it look like trash.
Yeah.
You know how some letters shine and whatnot.
I gotta address this person in the chat.
Okay.
You got to be very careful how you phrase things. Like telling people to react to your channel, probably that could get like YouTube doesn't really like that. But I think just tell people to check out your channel. That might be better. Or else I could get I mean. We can kind of get in trouble if, let's see.
Well, technically, you could sneeze.
So here's the thing: is they YouTube's really particular about. Hey, El Hombre, good to see you.
How's it going?
Testes, 1, 2,
you 3. There? We got you.
Yeah, welcome. We can hear you.
We can hear.
Hey guys, you cool?
Yeah.
Right on. This is a Black Lives Matter stream.
I don't. This is just an open panel.
Cool.
Show stream.
Close enough.
I don't know. Do you know about like back when I was in school? They used to have. They don't even know if they have this anymore. They used to have like this day called show and tell where.
When you show your penis, let girls show the vagina.
Talk about their hobbies or interests.
Yeah.
Kind of like that, but like. But not for little kids, Definitely not for,
check my butt
for little kids, but it's just like if you got some like fun hobby or interest.
Yeah, you bring your toys. I bring my
professional or whatever too. Yeah. You're welcome to.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people are kind of like. Maybe they're like they're not quite on the level of like they're not like say Jack Kirby,
he's the
level.
Jack Kirby. He's the guy who he's like a scientist or something.
No, he's the guy that basically made most of Marvel Universe.
What universe?
Huh?
What? Jack
Who? When? Where?
Jack Kirby
Oh,
did
Jack Kirby. He practically designed the entire most of the time, most of the
What's
Marvel
that?
universe, or at
What's
least
that?
beginning most of
Oh,
them.
so he's like a theoretical physicist.
Close enough.
I wish.
So I'm quite confused. So this guy invented a whole universe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the him and Stan Lee.
Stanley who?
Stanley Kubrick.
Stanley Kubrick. Oh, I know that guy.
No.
Stanley.
He made some monkeys go ape shit.
Hey, we're the monkeys.
People say we monkey around. We're too busy. We're too busy smoking crack cocaine to get anybody down.
Yeah, that was. Do you ever see the monkeys?
You know, the monkeys.
in
The monkeys invented whiteout.
I thought they invented time travel.
Well, yeah. I was going to go on to that next, but they invented whiteout. We call it Tipex in the UK.
Yeah. Hello, everybody.
Hey.
I did just share your stream a few minutes ago, Lorenzo.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
you got a stream coming up?
Your stream, and I've already put my thing up. So if you guys feel like want to open up a second window while you're watching, go ahead and come over and get all the latest in the day's niche news. It's stuff from anime, cartoons, comics, manga, and pro wrestling.
What about time travel?
We don't talk specifically about time travel, but time travel has been known to be a.
Let's do the time.
I was trying to focus in on you, and
Lorenzo, I have to confess, I do like time travel.
Now,
late for work.
Before
I think it's fascinating.
If I'm late for work, I just time travel 5 minutes into the past.
Yeah, but before I came in, I did overhear you guys talking a little bit about Jack Kirby and stuff, and just to help clarify, Jack Kirby along with Stan Lee were the ones who created the Marvel Comics universe.
Right.
No.
Not the cinematic universe.
Oh, Stan Lee. What was Stan Lee's surname? Stanley. What?
Stan Lee was his surname.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. Mind blown.
Wait. Was he a Stan? Like was he like a big Stan for Christopher Lee? Or maybe Bruce Lee,
I don't think.
And then
Stan Lee was around a lot.
That wasn't his
long
birth
time
name,
before any of this garbage we're dealing with now. He was getting some of his first editorial stuff in like the late 30s, believe it or not.
But Stan Lee wasn't his like birth name.
He was.
I think it was something else.
Stan was his first name. Lee was his last name.
Levi.
Stanley Martin Lieber.
You just changed it to Lee because it sounded cooler, I think.
Well, I think there was Lieber might be kind of a welcome.
Okay, to clarify, his first name was actually Stanley, but his pen name was Stan Space Lee.
Yeah. Welcome, Geass. Are there two Lorenzos and
his full name was Stan Liebig Condenser. I might be wrong. Liebig Condenser.
Oh, I see what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is for anybody wondering, I'm just kind of outlining where the shadow's going.
Focused on you,
you guys are kind of stuck on Stanley.
It's like, well, what are they going to be wondering about if you're not in the?
Lorenzo, I've been drinking all afternoon, by the way, just to explain.
Oh, hold on a second.
Well, because I figured, I assume, because I was looking at something else, and
anyways, Lorenzo, I was popping to say hi and stuff, and plug my channel and stuff like that. So I gotta go, as you know, I gotta go get ready.
Okay, drop your link in the chat.
I've already done so.
Oh, okay. Cool. Well, I'll try to find it and highlight it. So here we go. Check out Mike's show and.
Oh, nice.
So, what were you saying, Daniel?
What I'm doing is I'm trying to make this look Like I'm trying to figure out where all the highlights and shadows should be for this suit that's supposed to be black leather, I guess.
Nice tits.
Yeah, what are you? It looks like you're doing something different as far as your inking today.
Well, this is just me
Totally cool.
giving myself an outline of where I think all the shadow should be and all the because the idea is I guess it's supposed to be shiny and so I'm just like okay, let me see if I can sit here and give
Wait, are
myself
you
an
talking
idea of where
Avery
everything is
China
supposed to go.
like Bender Rodriguez's shiny metal ass? On,
Bending Rodriguez.
yeah,
Heshe on
on
Mexico.
Futurama.
Yeah.
Well, because I was kind of trying to do something like Bruce Timm, uh, when it comes to the shadows, and or like more American shadows that we see with most modern art, and some art, some art here and there. Because the biggest thing is that when I draw, I don't usually draw dark shadows and whatnot have you. Usually everything is all outlined because usually people will actually ask for color like yeah. So I normally don't put black in everything or make black shadows too much. Because the one time I did it, Geass
Mike
didn't like
Shadows
it.
was a great show. And there was a
Like
pretty
I
good book, too.
I put a black shadow under the chin of one of the characters. Geass didn't like it, and I took it off. I think he took it off.
Speaking of Geass, it looks like he might. Here we go.
Yeah, that's because the black shadow thing always, when I go in and color, it always screws with me.
So that keeps making. I keep thinking of Barnabas Collins when you talk about when people are saying black shadow. Wasn't that the name of the show? Black Shadows, or no? It was Dark Shadows. And ahoy, Jack Stafford! I sent you a bunch of music. I don't know if.
Hey Jack,
you
I love
checked it
Jack.
out.
I love Jack Stafford. As a brother, not like a sex, not a gay thing. He's great.
Well, that was a little too much information, but okay.
I guess you could do both, but.
Oh yeah, sure.
I don't know. I don't think.
I don't think Jack would be
goes
comfortable
that
with
way,
me
though.
loving him in that way, but I would if I had to.
I mean, I got plenty of friends.
He's a lovely guy. I'm gonna just message him. Hi,
gay or
Jack.
bi or
Hey,
fan,
Jack.
whatnot.
I put in.
We're an inclusive show here. So that's the thing is like.
Can I just say, rest in peace, Tina Turner?
An inclusive show.
Can I just say rest in peace, Tina Turner?
That reminds me. Tina Turner passed away.
Yeah.
She was 83 years old. I'm like,
is
man,
that what you're talking about?
I love Tina Turner.
El Hombre?
Yeah, I didn't realize she was that old.
Yeah.
I still remember her from Beyond Thunderdome. I think I watched that before the other amount.
She survived Ike Turner.
She survived Ike and quite a few other screwballs.
I mean, he was he's a drill sergeant. He was a taskmaster. He got the best out of her. Maybe went a bit too far, but we wouldn't have had Nutbush City Limits without him. But she icon, great, awesome. Legs like a horse. My dad, my father used to say to me, "Oh, she's got legs like a horse." And I was a child, and I thought, I think he had the hots for her.
Yeah,
but he wasn't wrong. She had muscular legs like a horse, and when she sang, the volume of her voice, the loudness of it reminded me of Tom Jones. That he was a very loud guy as well.
Tom Jones?
Tom Jones?
Yeah, Tom Jones.
Yeah, he passed away too, didn't he?
No, he's alive. He's alive.
Oh,
no,
really?
You're probably thinking of what's his name?
You're thinking of Davy Jones.
I think you're thinking of Tom Perry, or I think that was his name. Tom Perry?
Well, Tom Petty passed away.
Petty.
Tom Petty.
Yeah, at a really young age. I mean,
he wasn't young. He was like 70.
Unfortunately,
wasn't he just like in his 50s or 60s? Tom Petty.
Tom Petty.
Yeah, Tom Jones is from Wales. He's from the UK. He's from the same part of the world as Catherine Zeta-Jones. He sang. Whoa, 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 Delilah.
Catherine Zeta-Jones should be in her 50s. 60s.
She's a very sexy lady.
I mean, she still is, but I'm just saying she's.
Oh,
I think she might. I'm gonna Google this.
please like and
Catherine
share
Zeta-Jones.
if you like what you're watching.
She's
It
married
really
to
does
Michael.
help get the word out, especially since I ran into some snags getting the show.
Yeah, we were having some technical issues. I was trying to find it. I have to see if I can download it without send myself in trouble. But I wanted to see what this generative AI thing was discussed.
And I had already
because I saw stuff for it. I'm like, because I saw stuff for it, and I'm just like, this looks like it's a bad thing about that.
Yeah, I also had problems getting the StreamYard link even to work. I mean, creating a StreamYard link, because I entered in all the information, typed it all in, uploaded the thumbnail, and then all of a sudden it went blank, and I had to start over. This is the second week in a row it's done that.
Well, I mean, because the thing is, as I mentioned before, is that Photoshop does use AI, so there's no illusion that they don't do it. They do it. It's just for the most part, it was always helping. It was more just a tool, not something that takes the place of the artist or the writer or the artist or the graphic designer that did the job. And now it's looking like it's taking the entire. They're trying to make it so that it takes the place of an entire crew of people.
So, were you downloading a different AI program, or were you updating?
No, it's the AI that Adobe is putting out.
You were trying to get that to work in Photoshop.
Yeah, I just wanted to see what.
Okay, I see. And
yeah, it's by no means.
What is it called? Clip Studio Pro.
Yeah, what I'm using is Clip Studio Paint.
Clip Studio Paint. Sorry. So El Hombre,
yeah, because Pro
Jack Stafford. I didn't recognize your icon until I heard your voice.
It's
Ghost Burt Reynolds.
It's not appearing for some reason.
El Hombre cartoon. There was a cartoon. Ask El Hombre.
Maybe they're confusing me with Speedy Gonzalez. Maybe.
I'm sorry, I can't pin the message.
Sorry, dude.
Because I've got the streaming. I've got the link for people to go on the panel pin. But I definitely recommend people check out your channel. Mama asks this. I don't know if I pronounced that right. Like every time, and it's like. We don't typically do that on this channel. Oh, you said you didn't know. Huh, first. That's too funny.
There's a cartoon now.
And you said that something's not loading. You're telling Jack about something not loading. Pee Wee Herman showed it to us. What?
P.P. Herman. Hey, Lorenzo. When I was a kid, I watched this movie called Heat.
Heat?
It's got Al Pacino and Robert De Niro in it.
What did you say it was called?
Heat.
I might have heard about it.
It's not a sexy movie. It's not sexy.
That's an awesome combination of actors, though. Those are
Al Pacino,
to be like real actors.
Robert De Niro. It's got Danny Trejo in it. It's got Val Kilmer in it.
Wow.
A bunch of great actors and some
This was back when
it's a 1995 film. It's got some 1995 pop stars.
So that's around. So that's interesting. So Hollywood was still putting out like good movies at the time. I mean, I'd say there's always been a kind of a problem with Hollywood where they put out so many movies that quite a bit of it's going to be crap, but we're still putting. It seems like they were putting out better movies in general back then.
He was a great movie. I watched it when I was a kid, and I was kind of bored when I watched it because it was a very long movie. But I've started watching it 2 days ago. It's an awesome movie. Al Pacino. It's like a heist movie, cops and robbers. Cat and mouse. Great movie.
I'm gonna check that out.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And then I gotta say that not only are lizards and humans welcome, but cats.
And it's the classic scene in that movie. The classic scene where Al Pacino goes, "She got a great ass." Yeah,
well, yeah, he's a.
That's
we don't have too many of these. Like really, like doesn't seem like we have these like very.
Hey,
I don't
Austin.
know. Maybe some of the actors are based. I don't know, but it seems like the characters aren't really based anymore. You know, they're not like really. We don't have like totally these like badass that I don't give a fuck type characters as much as we used to. I don't know.
I'm gonna.
I want to say the spot on her forehead is a little too much. Geass.
I'm gonna put this in this link in the chat.
Okay, yeah, please do.
You can.
Oh, hey, Austin.
Play it. It's just Al Pacino going. She got a great ass from Heat.
Okay,
it's like 16,
put that in the chat?
16 seconds. It's a classic scene.
Force Ghost Bird Reynolds says, El Hombre.
Oh, yes. Hello.
Oh, that guy in Philly.
She got a great ass.
I wonder what I wonder why. I guess sometimes they put the things ending up at the end of the search. Is that like?
That's just the guy's channel.
Okay, I see.
Daniel, how does her forehead look now?
Okay.
Oh wait. Oh, okay.
Let me put this on. Let me try and get. Here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This whole time I wasn't. I'm really sorry, Daniel. Like.
Oh, you're good, man.
I think you told me to focus. I think you wanted me to highlight you, and I accidentally highlighted Geass, who's coloring one of your drawings.
No. It's good. Well, I'm helping Geass. So the idea is so I'm gonna do a little bit of a lesson here because I don't do this stuff too often. So depending on where your light source is, if your light source is coming this way, so all your light is going to be this way. So all of your shadows should come this way. So when you do coloring, and I'm going to get so your shadow, darker shadow, you might be you can blend this. You can do it in the case of her. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to color the nose, maybe a little spot on the right here. You're kind of trying to trace the light. So you're try something like that, and you're just trying to slowly gradient your way into it. So you might be able to do it with the brush you're using, but I would try it without doing the added glow, because I think the added glow is like for like when you have the spot, and you can put that on your brush, I do believe, or you can.
Well, it's kind of how I always done it. I'm doing shades of gray with this thing because I wasn't too good at coming up with raw colors. Like, if you want me to, come up with, well, I suppose it'd be easier for me to do that with the gray thing, but I would never be able to come up with a shine for the purple.
Right. It's not a Grateful Dead song, Shades of Gray. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm using Glow Dodge as this layer, so it would become shiny.
Right. But I would save the glow dodge as the last thing you put on it. So try and put like a little bit of a gray, and then add the glow dodge on top of that, and that way you're building toward that color. You're building toward that shine. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'm kind of confused now on what you want me to do before that.
Okay.
Just a reminder. She got a great ass.
Such a great message.
I'm just using this as base color. So basically, you have your base color, and then you kind of shade in like you're shading regular stuff, and then you can come in and add quite a bit of get toward your desired shine, and then you can make another layer, add your add glow, and then you can put that on top of that, and that way you can get that desired color that you're looking for in terms of that shine.
Sorry, guys. It's a touch of grey, not shades of grey. Grateful Dead song. My bad.
Yeah.
Great song. I know a guy. He asked me to be in a. I think they're called the Terrapins or something. He wanted to. He asked me if I wanted to play the bass in the Grateful Dead cover band. I said I'll get back to you. I think they're called the Terrapins. They've been around for a long time. They're old guys. They've touched to grey.
I'm sorry, I missed what you were saying. I'm still trying to get the.
Ride in that train, high on cocaine.
Hey, Karume. This is
Nice earrings. I like that.
Lorenzo Hombre.
Hey,
is it Hombre? I can't.
Yeah.
I can't fill my R's.
Close enough.
Force Ghost, Austin Garrett, and there's Mahmoud. I have a hard time pronouncing that name. And then there's a Grateful Dead, a Touch of Grey. Oh, yeah, I've got some friends who are deadheads. The weird thing is like I remember like listening to their studio albums. I'm like, wow, this just isn't my thing. But then I heard their like the actual like bootlegs, and it's like, well, I can see why they encourage their fans to bootleg their concerts, because that's really where they were like a jam band, right? I mean,
yeah.
So I mean, I don't know much about their studio albums, but I think it's kind of like, this might have even been a problem with Hendrix, and I'm not sure he'd be considered a jam band, but like I don't know if you could really capture Jimi Hendrix like in a studio recording.
I managed to do it.
Huh?
I managed to capture Jimi Hendrix in the studio. It wasn't easy, but I did it.
Did you have to time travel?
I think I did it. I might have dreamt it.
It's really. I think
it wasn't that hard.
Certain musicians are great in the studio, and well, Hendrix was certainly great. We're outstanding.
He's one of the great.
But the thing is, like, the whole situation with the improvisation, it can be kind of hard to capture.
Isn't that true for all of us, though, Lorenzo Sleestak?
I don't know. I think when it's a band that's really into or musicians really into improvisation, I think
Jimi Hendrix in the studio
don't always do it justice.
Jimi Hendrix in the studio, he was inspired by Sgt. Pepper's. He loved all creating crazy effects and all that kind of stuff. But the live version is a different entity. You got to kind of separate the two. It becomes a whole different thing. There's a band called the Winery Dogs. Richie Kotzen on guitar, and awesome guitar player. Check him out. But in an interview, he said, "Yeah, the studio version is a studio version. The live, it's a different thing."
It is really.
It's a three-piece band. It's got the guy from Dream Theater, and it's got a Billy Sheehan on bass from David Lee Roth band and all that kind of stuff. He was in Mr. Big. So they're all heavy hitter musicians. Live, three-piece
So is it
band.
like a super group?
Yeah. They've been around for a while. They're touring in the UK soon in June, I think. I'm gonna get tickets for them. So Richie Kotzen, what's his name? The guy from I forgot his name.
Did you say the band's called?
The Winery Dogs. The drummer, I think he was in Dream Theater. Oh, Mike Portnoy is a drummer. He's fucking awesome. And Billy Sheenan, he's a bass player. He's been in Mr. Big, and he's played with like Steve Vai and all kinds. He's like a monster bass player. They've got like 3 albums now.
Wait, was Steve Vai one of those guys who passed away?
No, Steve Vai's alive.
He's still like.
Yeah.
I'm getting really confused. I didn't get much sleep last night, so.
Steve Vai's alive. He's alive and kicking. like the song.
Okay, yeah, okay, Steve. Who? Somebody did something called. Oh yeah, Steve. Yeah, he did something based on Bulgarian wedding music a few years ago.
Yeah, he did an interview where he was just
Freak Show
dabbling
Express?
in it.
Yeah, he does some excellent videos on YouTube about.
Yeah, Steve I he got picked up by Frank Zappa back in the day. Big Frank Zappa fan. I don't even know why are we talking about this.
I think, or was it Freak Show Express or Freak Show Excess? I'm trying to remember.
Freak Out, Frank Zappa, Freak Out. I can't remember.
I think it had the word Freak Show in there.
Yeah. What do you think about comics?
You got him off guard right there.
Right now,
I don't even know why we were talking about
music. Freak Show Excess.
We went Touch of Grace.
I totally recommend checking out his. Let's see. I gotta mute the mic for a second.
Yeah, somebody said Touch of Gay, and I thought it reminded me of Touch of Grey. It went off time. Anyway, let's get back on topic.
So, Freak Show Excess was it was based on Bulgarian wedding music, which is a
I saw an interview with Steve where he said he was
it's pretty pretty almost I'd say it's not really.
That's not really the
psychedelic. Might not be appropriate.
That's just a minor curiosity.
Really
that's just a minor curiosity. That's not really his musical output.
Huh?
The whole Bulgarian wedding music. That's not really what Steve Vai's about. That
but he was just using like.
No, he was just saying, he likes to dip into all kinds of music. He wasn't that, nobody would give a shit about Bulgarian wedding music. He was just trying to be a bit.
Bulgarian wedding music kicks ass. What are you talking
about? Does it? Let me check it. I like Bulgaria.
I
used to date a girl from Bulgaria.
They use what a lot of people would, in say Western European music would consider unusual time signatures.
Yeah.
But here we go. I'll just.
Are you Bulgarian?
No. I just thought it was an interesting interpretation because he was taking some ideas, but he was turning to something totally different.
Yeah. Lorenzo, I used to date a girl from Bulgaria. She was called Steliana. She's very cute. Very nice butt cheeks.
Very attractive ladies in that part of the world.
Yeah.
The Bulgarian language is like old Bulgarian. I think is pretty similar to Slavonic, which I've heard it used in church before. I'm technically my bishop's in the Greek. So the church I haven't attended in a while, but it's in the Greek jurisdiction. But it's got people from different ethnic groups because here in northern Michigan, there's all sorts of different they were trying to. You can't really have a church for every single ethnic group of Orthodox people, or else there'd be way too many up here, and there'd be one person attending or whatever, okay, I'm kind of exaggerating or underestimating. So there's Greek, where a lot of the people are Greek, but then there's people who are Serbian Orthodox and Ukrainian Orthodox. We had a Carpatho-Russian. I don't know if I pronounced that right.
I'm currently in love with a girl from Romania, but she hasn't reciprocated.
We had a Romanian Orthodox priest for a while, or one who was originally the Romanian Orthodox jurisdiction and then switched to the Greek.
Lorenzo, how would I, if I wanted to pull a Romanian girl, what should I do?
Oh, you got us.
That should
Oh,
I be
hey,
a
Pascali,
priest?
369.
You're probably going to need a priest after a while.
Hey, Rick,
Yeah.
good to see you.
Hey,
Folks, if you want to join the panel, the links in the pinned in the description.
hey, Pasquale,
Mr. Grasshopper, welcome.
Asshopper, welcome.
Hey, good to see the trustee still in the chat. And of course,
Bert Reynolds,
Ghost Burt Reynolds says saxophone. All City Jimmy Flash, welcome. G'day to you too. And like number 12, that's great. Yeah, please remember to like and share. It really helps us out.
Share
And Rick saying hi to Trusty and hey, Carol.
Turn back time. You said share.
So what were you asking about Romanian women?
I can't. Lorenzo, I've drunk so much tonight. I don't know what the fuck going on.
Okay, so Romanian is an interesting language. It's even though it's a Romance language, which means it's from the common or vulgar, meaning common, not like
is that bad?
But the vulgar Latin or common Latin, it's because of the Slavic nations it's surrounded by. It has some interesting grammatical elements that a lot of people who study Romanian say it's.
How do you know this?
It's pretty complex compared.
How do you know this? How do you know this, Lorenzo?
Well,
Are you a
a
cunning
former
linguist?
priest who is Romanian. I know people who visited Romania, besides the priest and his wife and family. Well, we have married priests in the Orthodox Church,
Nice.
but they have to get married before they become a parish priest, because I think they don't want people checking out the women in the. It's still known to happen, and I'll just leave it at that. But ideally, they wouldn't be trying to pick up, the women, the parishioners, the ladies in the parish, because they're already married. I think that's the deal, where it'd be conflict of interest of.
I don't think the Romanians
Romanians
like the Catholics. I don't think.
I think it all depends on the individual.
Well, this girl that I have the hots for, she was trying to explain to me how the Catholics have done bad things, and
well,
I had no idea what she was talking about. I was like, sure, why not?
Okay, so yeah, there's some historical issues.
I just wanted to get
it's kind of complicated, but there was what was known as a Great Schism, where the two the Orthodox and the Catholic Church parted ways, and it's pretty complicated as to why it happened. There's been
what I'm saying to you, Lorenzo,
attempts to resolve the issue. Some of it had to do with the Nicene Creed and a phrase being added in Latin. And it's real.
Lorenzo, what I'm saying to you,
until now, so it was really difficult for a while. For a while, it got to the point where Greek speakers and Latin speakers check this out. They couldn't even communicate with each other for a while, because
that's right.
It used to be that people in, say, Western Rome, the educated people spoke both Latin and Greek, but got it over time so that less and less people in the western part of the Roman Empire, less and less people could speak Greek.
I had to learn,
and it got to the point in the eastern part of the Roman Empire where less and less people could speak Latin, and so it got to the point where I can't remember who sent a letter, but I remember, and I don't know, maybe this didn't really happen, but I don't know. Supposedly, it took years to translate one letter because they couldn't find somebody who in Constantinople to translate from Latin. I have a hard time. I don't know. I don't know if it was true or was.
Lorenzo, basically, I want to hit on this hot Romanian chick, and I just need some tips. Like, if you can tell me what they like, what they don't like, say, yeah, I'm down with Catholics. Like, you know what I mean? Help me out.
I don't really. I'm not an expert on Romania.
I'll take whatever scrap of advice will help.
I don't know. I do know that Romania used to be the name of multiple places.
Right.
Like it used to. It meant like something like land of the Romans, and so there was more than one region called Romania. Now that might not be a good thing to just go around telling your Romanian friend.
Are they fans of Ceausescu?
I believe he was publicly executed.
I should leave. I won't mention.
Oh, first course. Burt Reynolds is Greek Orthodox.
Really? Okay, I'm not going to mention Ceausescu. Maybe we mention Burt Reynolds. She might.
Burt Reynolds, I don't.
She's very cute.
And welcome, Rick.
Hey! How are you guys tonight?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Hey.
Doing well.
I am trying to figure out this shadow bit. I'm trying to think of a new texture way of doing this. Right now, I am using a India ink dry brush pen with different settings, and kind of helping.
And welcome, LCX. If I didn't greet you, I'm sorry. And, Bulgarian. First Ghost Burt Reynolds says, dude, Bulgarian wedding music is awesome. Yeah, I agree. Oh yeah, and then First Ghost Burt Reynolds is Greek Orthodox. So I'm not ethnically Greek, and I can't really speak Greek. I know some words.
Burt Reynolds is alive, right? He's not dead.
Who is?
Last time I knew, he's alive. Yeah.
Who's alive?
Burt Reynolds.
I gotta check this out.
Eastbound and down, something, and trucking. He better be alive.
They say can't be done.
We gotta do what they say. We got a long way to go. And something way to get there.
Time to get there.
We got beer in Texarkana and the thirsty in Atlanta.
Wait a second. Burt Reynolds died in 2018.
Wow.
Whoa, what?
He's been long dead.
Are you serious? Really?
Well, 5 years, just under 5 years.
Yeah,
Not sure whether that's long
Burt
dead
is
or
alive.
not.
The guy he was in Cannonball Run. He was a Magnum PI.
Whoa! No, that's
Tom Selleck.
That's Tom Selleck.
He might have been in an episode or two of Magnum, but I don't.
Was he? He was in Cannonball Run. Never mind.
Yeah, he was in Cannonball Run.
Yeah,
Smokey and the Bandit.
Was Tom Selleck. Let's see if Tom Selleck's alive.
Hey, Lorenzo.
Yeah, he is.
Lorenzo, he was born in.
He's the other guy with the mustache.
Hey, Lorenzo, he was born in 1936, so he had a good run. He had a good Cannonball Run.
There we go. Good one. Yeah, Tom Selleck's still alive. He was born in 45, so.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll.
My dad was born in 47.
When did you see Burt Reynolds was born?
36.
30, yeah.
Oh, we gotta keep an eye out for Tom Selleck. So that was kind of a weird thing where because there was like this transition where it wasn't where guys weren't having mustaches as much, and then kind of I think it by the 90s. The mustache had pretty much disappeared. It was like, or maybe the mid 80s when it's like, oh, we can't do this anymore.
I think there's always been guys with mustaches. It's been popular and not popular. I don't think it's been popular or not popular either way. It's just how good the actor looks with it.
Well, for a while, it got kind of associated with like gay pornos. Not that I'm judging anybody. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Lorenzo. If you're a guy with a very thin upper lip, grow a mustache. Because when Tom Selleck shaved his mustache off, he didn't look sexy at all.
No, he bone. Well, the thing is, a lot of people have, like, say, a beard and mustache combination. Now, Lincoln did something kind of interesting where he didn't have the mustache. He just had the beard.
Yeah, that's why.
Very.
Lorenzo, that's an Islamic beard. I don't approve of that shit. Let's just move on.
We do. We have Muslim viewers and.
Yeah, I just think if you're gonna have a beard, have a mustache.
I thought that the people. I thought that like. Well, I think it all depends on. I didn't. Huh.
Who would you say is your favorite?
What about Amish?
Who's your favorite?
Well, I guess that we.
No, he's not.
My dad always had a beard. I don't think he had a mustache though.
It's kind of good.
Lorenzo, who's your favorite famous mustache person? For me, it's Freddie Mercury or Tom Selleck.
What about Freddie Mercury or Tom Selleck?
They're my favorite mustache people of all time.
Yeah, favorite actor or whatever celebrity was
Freddie Mercury was a Zoroastrian.
He was. Yeah,
the
Persian, also a gay
monotheistic religion.
Yeah, also he was gay.
Wait a second. So he was physically attracted to men and romantically attracted to women, according to a documentary I watched. So
that's what he said. But he's basically
he said he figured what to call that. I don't know how he identified.
But I'm a big fan. I've got all the albums on CD. Love Freddie Mercury. Love Queen. Love Brian May.
Incredible.
Love John Deacon. Great guys.
Yeah, the entire band Queen was just I'd say one of the best rock bands of all time.
I agree.
Easily.
I agree. I agree.
A band, totally different band. I think underrated. Buddy Holly and the Crickets. They inspired the Beatles.
Really?
Yeah. That's so Paul McCartney sung some Buddy Holly songs too. Like I think like Words of Love. You can do a search on that. Paul McCartney, Words of Love, and he's got a really nice version of. I think that's the song they did by Buddy Holly. Where it's just I think it's a television clip, and it's just him and his guitar, and it's just awesome to.
Grant,
because like the guitar, it's awesome to have like kind of just Paul McCartney like unplugged type experience.
What's your top 3 Beatles albums, Lorenzo?
Huh?
Your top 3 your Beatles albums.
Or top 5, whatever.
I don't know. I mean, there's been something that's happened lately with the Beatles where some of their music's been re-released. Some of it's been remixed, like in controversial ways. It's so yeah. I'm not. Yeah, these days I don't really listen to much. Like when it comes to albums, like sit down and actually listen to albums. I think it's just like maybe part of it's my attention span isn't what it used to be.
Lorenzo, that's like everybody.
Yeah. But yeah, the Beatles actually once they stopped like really like doing many live concerts. I mean, they had a concert on the roof, but that was like a really odd kind of. That was kind of when they were more focused on the studio. They did these studio albums where you're meant to sit down and listen to it from beginning to end.
Yeah.
And
Force Ghost, he's 80. He's going to be 81 in less than a month.
Right on.
So let's see. Says Pascali 369. Sorry, every time I say your name, I pronounce it a little differently. Diamond 23. What is it? 2328. Says Tech Deviant. That's Champ. And Eric and Boyd, welcome. Sleestakians can't grow much.
Hey, Eric, what's up, man?
Carrots. It's against
in the year 2328.
How old is
McCartney? He's what, 81?
Yeah, I answered that. He's 80.
Yeah, but I didn't know what you were responding to.
think so.
I don't know if you read the message. So I mean, out loud. So
no, I just answered it. I didn't read it out loud.
That's not really helpful for me.
Yeah, well, I said Force Ghost, and I
He's
answered the question.
80 years old is Paul McCartney. 80 years old.
And Greedy and welcome, Eric. So one thing that and people get the wrong idea with the title is the Rolling Stones did an album which is kind of. I think maybe kind of like how the Beatles had a Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Heart Club Band, and it was intended to be like what do they call that? There's a whole theme throughout the album.
Yeah, like a
concept album. The Rolling concept album, was it, or what do you call it? Yeah. And so the Rolling Stones had, and don't get the wrong idea, it was called their Satanic Majesty's Request, and it wasn't really satanic. I don't think it was that they were making fun of the term Her Britannic Majesty, and may the Queen rest in peace. I'm not trying to diss on the Queen. I'm just saying that's what it was. It was a play on words.
Yeah.
And that actually had some, that was actually a very psychedelic album. I think Brian Jones was still alive. It seemed like once he passed away, and maybe as like, times changed, it seemed like they became less psychedelic, They could get into like the
more rock
80s, 1980s or whatever.
No, the show is not new, Rabbit Hole. It's just got new guests.
Wait, what are you talking about?
The Rabbit Hole, it says, is this show new? A new person.
He's a rabbi?
Oh, hey, the Rabbit Hole. Welcome.
Is it Rabbi Hole?
Well, the thing is that
I need
so
glasses.
every week, I kind of basically called the Sleestakians variety show, but every week I try to come up with a different title, kind of a different theme that.
Hey, Lorenzo.
We don't necessarily stick to the theme in the.
Lorenzo, what is a Sleestak? What does that mean?
It's a reptilian from the land of the lost. It's a race of reptilians.
It's
their descendants.
You mean Land of the Giants?
Of the ancient
Land of the Lost.
intrusions. And hold on a second. I'm making the Rabbit Hole is a telepathic bunny.
You mean the Gorn?
Moderator.
You mean the Gorn from Star Trek?
No, the Land of the Lost. You keep coming up with different shows. I'm
thinking Land of the Giants.
Land of the Giants was full of giants.
Messing with us.
This is something that's supposed to have taken place in the middle of the earth.
No.
For Land of the Lost.
Dimension. It appears like they're going into the middle of the earth, but they cross over. But the Marshall family, they're like whitewater rafting. They go over a waterfall, and they end up in a different dimension.
Oh.
But I don't know if it really is in the center of the earth. It looks like that, but it
sounds like a Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe kind of.
No, that's totally different. Like,
he's messing with you.
It's a show from like the 70s or 60s.
70. It's from 74, before I was hatched. And Eric's greeting El Hombre and Pascali and Telepathic Bunny. So is that really you, Telepathic Bunny? The Rabbit Hole? It's a parallel dimension, yeah. It's actually discussed in the show. I'm trying to find a spot where I can rewatch it and brush up on my Land of the Lost trivia. Because it's been a while since I haven't been there since I was a hatchling. I can't really remember it.
Were you hatched from an egg or like a gremlin?
An egg, of course.
Like a gremlin from the back of a Mogwai?
All right, that should do it.
Well, Force Ghost, I would say the greatest theme song ever is the Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah, there was also
Just a good old boy.
The Sid and Marty Krofft.
No.
There's also the Cinematic
That's a good thing tune.
Super Show.
I used to watch it when I was a little kid in the.
With the Cinematic Croft Super Show?
No, Dukes of Hazzard when I was a kid.
Oh yeah.
On Saturday afternoon in the UK, they used to play Dukes of Hazzard. I used to watch it.
That's interesting. Yeah.
I think it was reruns.
Wait, when did they play it in the UK?
I had no idea. It was just reruns. I used to just watch.
No, did you say what time did you say? Did you say it was in the afternoon?
It was Saturday afternoons.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Because I think it was on at like say 8 p.m. here.
No, like 4 p.m.
Well, I think it was on.
It was daytime.
I think it was on at prime time. Which like 7 or 8 p.m. here in America.
Yeah, on Friday nights.
On Friday night. So, but obviously in different countries they're going to do things differently. I just think it's interesting though that it was. It was like a family show, considered a family show here, but was it considered more of a children's show where you were at, or?
No, it was like a family show. It was
okay.
Yeah. Well, it's a question of when he watched it, what years too, because it originated, I believe, 79 to about 85, 86.
Okay. Yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah. With me, I watched The Land of the Lost in syndication because it was, I guess, as I said, it was before I was even hatched. It was when it was on the air. I'm consider myself I'm more of like an 80s kid. I was more of an 80s kid than like a 70s kid. Because
for the first few years in the 70s, you didn't even know what was going on.
Well, that's the thing. There's a lot of Gen Xers. Like, you guys know Rex? Christian?
Yeah. That guy.
So yeah, he's closer to the. He's Gen X, but he's closer to the baby boomer generation than he is towards millennial. Where I was kind of going. I'm pretty much almost an exennial. Like if you go through the list of what they claim an exennial is.
So they say millennial.
I am a zennial. I'm in between.
I'm
in between millennials and Gen X.
Yeah. But I match it pretty much, except for I was born, like I was a baby when Star Wars came out, where supposedly the exennials are born like after Star Wars or the day it got aired in theaters or something. I don't know. Not aired.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's kind of weird, like kind of a little arbitrary how they put these generations. But yeah, I was. But like if I go through the list about like characteristics of an exennial or however that's pronounced, I pretty much fit the bill. Greatest theme song was Airwolf.
Good one. Airwolf was good. Street Hawk is good. Knight Rider.
Yeah, I remember Knight Rider.
Yeah.
The Equalizer by Stuart Copeland did the Equalizer theme tune. That was good.
No, I don't remember much about Equalizer. I remember it was
a great thing.
Cool show, but
me and my cousin used to go we'd play each other like a little snippets of theme tunes and go, guess what this? Like, what was this? What we look at kind of the theme tune nerds. So Equalizer was one of them. What else? Do you remember?
Doctor Who really considered a children's show? I do remember seeing it on PBS. Maybe I don't remember
Equalizer
when
was
it aired, but
it
was like rebroadcast from the BBC, I believe.
Yeah. Do you remember? Hey, Lorenzo, do you remember Jason the Wheeled Warriors cartoon?
I don't know. It doesn't sound familiar.
I remember about it, but I don't remember.
We do sometimes host a card.
Actually, no. I'll find the theme tune. It's one of those like 80s kids TV show, Jason the Wheel Warriors. It's like that Mask and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, Mask, it's like kind of like the Transformers.
Yeah.
Well, yes and no. The vehicles just transform, but not into robots. They're all driven by humans.
Transform.
So that link is that if you check that link,
and they just transform from one vehicle to another vehicle.
At least I remember the toys being awesome. I think the show was pretty cool.
Hey, Lorenzo, if you play, I've put it. You can play. You don't have to play. If you don't
Okay.
want to. It's in the chat.
Anything, Mike?
Jason W. Warriors. It's kind of like he's looking for he's trying to searching for his father. It's a
okay. The rabbit hole says anything Mike posts is a good theme song.
Mask was a good
Post, was that a
Mask was a
composer?
good theme tune. That was pretty good.
Well, then folks, feel free to check that out. Open a tab, or Jason and the Wheeled Warriors was badass. So was Mask. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, please like and share if you enjoy what you're watching. I didn't have the time to really share out this stream much.
Hey, are you allowed to play that clip?
I can't be playing clips on here. I
used
like
to 20 do that,
but the stream started getting copyright claimed, and
also we're a little confused on how to do that.
I have several friends whose channels keep getting struck, so I don't know what that happening here.
That's not cool.
Not cool.
Yeah, I mean, so what were you saying, Geass?
Jason W. Warriors was badass. So was Mask. I agree. The rabbit hole.
Who said that?
The rabbit hole.
Oh yeah. So Geass, what were you saying? Geass was starting to talk.
I forget.
Yes, Jason.
No, I lost my train of thought.
Well, hopefully the bus will be by soon.
What's going to be by soon?
The bus. He lost his train of thought. So
it's the train. Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, finish it.
I'll
finish the update I'll do for it. Hopefully that looks okay.
Not
the best is that kind of a shadow.
It's interesting to see you experimenting with a different style.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm gonna crash. I gotta go to work tomorrow.
All right.
Well, thanks for stopping in.
Thanks for having me.
I'm trying to remember if you've been on here before or not.
Yeah, we're good one, man.
It's oh shit! It's almost 3 in the morning. God damn.
Oh, okay. Well, have a great night. Then.
Have a good night, man.
Okay, later.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I got. So it was just to finish something for a client. We're going to be putting a Kickstarter for this pretty soon. So cool. This is the back cover. So the idea was to make the lightsabers in the shape of a bat. Yeah, I know. I'm just
people batty.
I guess.
Where does that pop into my head? I watched an anime called Tenjimuyo GXP, and the two of the villains got into a fight. Two of the pirates, like the comic relief villain, was getting the spotlight, and the more serious villain wasn't happy about that. So they pulled out their lightsabers and hit each other, and the comic relief villain won, striking him down. And he said, "Don't worry, I hit him with the back of the blade," and handed the lightsaber off to the woman. Then she turned it back on and looked at it and said, "Which side is the back side?" You know that whole little cliche about hitting your opponent with the back of the sword?
Yeah. But how do you know what side is the back of a lightsaber?
Yeah, that's what the woman was asking.
I guess it depends on the handle. The hilt, whatever you want to call it.
Pretty much.
Because there is I would say there's a front and back to it, depending on where the switch is or the grip or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, it didn't really have a hilt, and the handle looked perfectly symmetrical.
Truthfinder UK says he's backstage, or she.
Oh, wow.
Hello? Hey, what's going on?
Not much. Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, I just come across your channel. What do you guys do?
All sorts of things.
we usually we talk about a few various topics, comics, movies.
Basically, if you got like,
stuff, whatever,
like a hobby or interest,
hobby stuff,
you know, or let's say, or we have some people on who are like, say, professionals or semi-professionals, that stuff. Like, let's say we get people on here sometimes who. Well, sometimes, you know, we got people for anything from like people
promoting their indie
to, like,
project,
comic book artists who typically not like world famous ones or anything, you know, but someone who might like be making, you know, kind of independent comic books and stuff. So
basically, we talk about this, that, and everything.
yeah.
Maybe not all on the same night, but and sometimes some topics come up more often than others. And then Lorenzo, the host of the show, showcases sometimes what somebody's doing.
But
while we're talking about it.
Yeah, interesting. I like comics. But I'm a journalist as well. That's what I do on my channel. That's
journalism.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Cool.
I normally
just UK. Yeah, at first I misunderstood, and I heard a different name.
Yeah, I normally, what's that called? I normally just go and find YouTubers, and then, you know, if they give out the name, I just do a background check on them and just, like, you know, look at the background, dig anything out, and if I find anything, I expose it, public record.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I do. I already exposed like a few YouTubers out there for criminal activities. So that's what I do, really.
Investigative journalism. Okay.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Many people don't like me because, you know, when I expose them and that, you know, it's out there and they're all coming after me. You know, they're threatening me and that. So it is what it is.
Well, that's not good.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear about that.
Yeah, that's all right.
Criminal activities. That's interesting.
Hello, Simple Jack.
Oh, hey, Simple Jack. Welcome.
Hey, Simple Jack. Yeah.
Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, I would imagine that would piss people off.
Yeah. You know, some people are stupid, innit? I just ignore them.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's lots of. Let's see.
Listen. This guy you have on panel is a troll. He doesn't care about comic books.
Okay, you know, this guy you just know is a porn bomber. You should kick him out. He's gonna porn bomb you.
He's a troll.
He's gonna porn bomb you. He's gonna porn bomb you. He's a porn bomber. He's a porn bomber. He's a porn bomber. Be careful.
Well, this is definitely
listen.
No. Shut up, Prime. Shut up. I'm trying to talk to the host. You are a murderer. I
expose the drama. But
see, what guy's in the drama community. I exposed Prime for murdering someone.
He's a troll. He's going around YouTube trolling people.
This definitely was an interesting
I'm sorry.
thing, and everything being discussed, I will say.
Well, it was
we can just assume it took place in Minecraft, that somebody was killed, maybe in Minecraft or something, and
yeah, we don't know, so we can't make any judgments.
I think we studied it before, you know.
Yeah. So anyway, that was an interesting thing, and I think we should just kind of move on to a different topic.
In any case,
let's see.
I was debating what to draw next because I just finished the cover, so.
Well, Tech, have you upgraded to 2.0?
No, I have not. I don't. Right now, I don't have.
Oh, wait. Oh, Kara Color says, "What the hell is happening?" Good question. That's a thing. Please don't forget to share out the stream, where any number of things can happen here. That was definitely unusual. So that's kind of beyond the scope of hobbies. That's like
hello, Carla.
Maybe one of these days there will be like a journalist show, maybe on a different channel, but I can't really do that on here. That can get
well,
that's something that can get that's something you got to be really careful on YouTube with like if I had the show on Rumble, maybe I could do, but I can't when people make allegations and stuff, there's certain allegations I have no way of verifying, especially on the fly, and I don't want to have people making allegations against each other.
Yeah, especially with them both coming in with the same name.
Yeah. So hello, Carla. She says hello, Lorenzo Sleestak and other panelists in chat. Took a nap, laugh out loud. Thanks for joining us. Oh, I don't know, and I'm not going to comment on any of that stuff. But yeah, that was definitely an interesting experience, and I don't really, right or wrong. There's certain things I don't really want associated with this channel, so I'm going to just kind of. Certain people might end up just kind of vanishing from the chat. That's all I'm going to say.
Vanishing.
I don't care which side they're on. This is supposed to be. Not everything on here has to be fun, but I try to keep it more lighthearted than whatever the fuck that was.
Whatever that fuck that was.
Yeah. That was really, really bizarre.
How bizarre.
But that's one of the cool, not cool. Well, that's one of the interesting things I'll say. Not cool, but not cool at all. But definitely pretty interesting things about having an open panel. Is you never know what's going to happen. I've seen stuff like that happen on CNN too. I mean, where you have like unexpected callers who say really.
Yeah, that's like
interesting things.
That was some random shit right there.
Unfortunately, certain things are a little too interesting for YouTube.
Yeah, I would have thought you had learned your lesson last time.
Yeah.
The thing that should have the first one wasn't so bad, but then I think when the other guy came in with the same name and all that, it should have been a little bit.
Well, I think it escalated into like allegations being made on both sides. So.
Oh yeah, but no. What I mean is, back when you see backstage to let us in, you can see the icon or whatever, right? You see a second guy coming in with the same icon.
Well, I couldn't see too well because the StreamYard has changed its format. It was hard. I didn't see what was going on. What they've done is they've changed their. Maybe not on your screen, but on my screen, the icons are much smaller than it used to be. It makes it easier for it to fit on the screen because the laptop's got a tiny screen.
Yeah,
but it didn't make it clear to see. Let's see.
I guess I'm using a 40-inch TV. You're probably a 15-inch laptop.
No, this is an 11-inch screen. So
okay, so that's even worse.
So it's really hard for me to see things. Sometimes Anyway, let's see. I'm trying to get caught up.
I'd say something with your color pattern on there, but I don't.
Oh, here we go. Okay, that just happened. Yeah, there we go. And so, what are you doing right now?
Color pattern?
Oh, just when the color pattern that he had on there for his flats there for a second, I was going to say, I'd say something about that color pattern, but I don't want to get Lorenzo's channel struck.
I don't know how can somebody get in trouble for color, but maybe.
Well, if he zooms out for a sec, I'm not sure whether it's the same. If he changed it, yeah, he changed it. He's got the layer on for everything, but there was very multiple colors on there for a second.
Oh, that's him trying. He sections out everything.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, just for a second there was that. So I was just gonna say I can say something about that color stuff, but I don't want to get Lorenzo's channel struck. But
yeah. So let's see. Let's see.
But it seems Rabbit Hole said it, or something similar.
Well, Tears of the Kingdom came out. Now that I think about it, I'm just watching people just put stuff together. They're making mecha type stuff, and they're just blowing away the bosses with them. Like most people aren't even fighting the bosses the regular way. They just build stuff together and they cheat the crap out of the system. It's like, yeah, I don't think Nintendo understood I don't think Nintendo understood the gravity of what they were doing when they came up with that system.
Yeah.
I just went to get some water and I have no idea.
Tek's talking about the latest Zelda. Oh. And I said bye to 369.
Oh, wait. Did somebody leaving or?
Yeah, Pascal said
Pascal 369 is taking off.
Did Pascali? June is right around the corner. Oh, June is right around the corner.
Okay. Yeah, next week.
Oh, I see. And it's about the rainbow color. Anyway, let's see. I'm gonna. Oh, I still didn't get. Here's my water. Oh, keep on. Turn it. Here we go. Yo, please like and share the stream if you. I think we're definitely having some interesting moments here on the show.
He says that he says that that can be a good thing, but yeah, no. I'm just trying to think what I want to do. Maybe just play around with some ideas.
I'm surprised more people didn't watch last week's show. In fact, what really surprised me was when more people did watch it, and then YouTube subtracted from the numbers. So that was because it was like I think it was 100, maybe 110, maybe to 120 or something, and then it was like down to 90, and it's like what? Doesn't make any sense.
Actually, that I was thinking about it. I was trying out a program that's supposed to be similar to Illustrator. It's called Inkscape. I am confused with this program.
Wait, did you say it's called Greenskin?
Inkscape.
Okay, I was trying to make sure we weren't using a slur against my peep.
No. So it's called Inkscape. And then, so basically it's supposed to be a free app alternative to Illustrator. And then, I'm just having trouble trying to figure out how to do stuff with it because it's not really set up like Illustrator where it's kind of giving you an idea where things are. And then
wait, what is Illustrator? Is that an Adobe program or?
It's an Adobe program that allows you to do vectors. Right now, if you sign up for it, you get like 3 months for $10 each.
Wait, is that now? What is the pro?
And how much is it normally? How much is Adobe Illustrator normally per month?
Well, if you get it by itself, it's $20. If you want to get like the full suite and want to have you got to pay like $54.39, something to that effect. It's just that right now I don't have.
Wait, are you talking about how
I get
often you have to pay that? Are you talking about a subscription?
Yeah, it's a subscription base.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an Illustrator if you because what I want to try and do is I want to try and start doing t-shirt stuff. So I want to try and design logo stuff and what have you that I can slap on a t-shirt and try and sell. And then because I started to Etsy using Printify to have them print and ship t-shirts and what have you. And so I'm trying to learn it so I don't have to pay a subscription. But
did you see there's a way you can pay it, just straight up pay it outright, or is it?
No, there's no way to pay for Illustrator outright anymore. You used to be able to buy a peripheral license.
Yeah, this is getting scary because because a lot of things are switching to that model. I can understand if you want to try out some video game or whatever, you might even finish the game. You might even beat the game, in the time that it's on the, what is it, the Ultimate Pass or whatever.
But Adobe's been like that for years. Probably
but the problem is now it's getting to the point where in certain countries, around the world, not in the U.S., I don't know if it's in Canada, but in some countries, BMW is actually making it a subscription just to use the seat warmer feature. You might have to pay like $16, like US dollars per month, just to get your seat, the seat to warm up.
In your car?
Yeah, in your cars.
That's ridiculous. It's your car. You should be able to use it. If you want,
that's what I'm saying. Is like it's getting to the point where and they're carrying over this model that that started with software, but then these pretty much the cars and tractors and all that stuff, they have software in there, and like one state finally made it so that a farmer didn't have to go to the dealership, which they could be out. It might be hundreds of miles away if you're live in the middle of nowhere. It was.
Well,
you'd have to take what farmers would have to do is they'd have to take their tractor on the back of a trailer and drag it possibly hundreds of miles away to a dealership because of some software that they weren't allowed to, that they didn't have access, they weren't allowed to work on because they had some sort of proprietary software.
They should have some mobile guy to do that.
But please let me finish. But there's one state passed a law making it so you can fix your own tractor. It's a right to repair bill.
I think there's supposed to be one here in Texas too, and then so basically it would allow you to fix your own damn stuff instead of going to somebody and charging you God knows how much money.
See, if you know how to.
Yeah, if you know how to. Like my car has a feature, has an SOS, SOS type feature. So you hit that, so you get into an accident and the car and you still have a roof, you can hit that button. As long as the car works and it's still semi-working, you can hit that button and then it calls police, ambulance, etc. You can still use it, they'll probably give you one hell of a charge, but you have to have their insurance thing with it so that you can continue using that little button. It's silly, and then and I've noticed that they've doing it with other ones too. So it's not just Toyota. It's also Jeep. It's also Ford. It's also GMC.
Way to make more money.
Hold on a second. I want you to be able to have your say, but I just want to get caught up with the chat. The rabbit hole says pride, and I don't mean kitty. There was a reference to a previous comment about a rainbow. And then, hey, Ethereal Dragon, welcome. And the link is pinned in the StreamYard link is pinned. And the rabbit hole saying, hey, Dragon. So what were you saying, Rick? Because both you and I were trying to talk at the same time earlier.
Yeah, sorry about that, Lorenzo.
Well, that's okay. Sorry, I was rambling.
But I was just saying it's a cash grab for them trying to get more money because they've been losing money. People are trying to buy cars less, or they'd rather buy used cars or whatever, because those new cars cost so much.
That or you have people who are just the don't with no sense and they're just gonna put down money for a subscription they may or may not use in the long term. And
oh yeah, that too, but that's just the cash grab part of it, right?
Yeah. So what was the subscription you were talking about, Daniel?
It's a subscription basically for it's insurance basically. It's insurance. So like say this part of the car breaks down, or that part of the car breaks down, or you get into an accident and the car tumbles and what have you. You're conscious enough to be alert and what have you, and try and save yourself. So it's an SOS button at the top of the car, right by the front of the dash where the mirror is, the back the.
Yeah, what's the feature?
It's the SOS. It's basically like a sending out a distress signal. It's like, hey,
that's something
and it alerts.
Yeah, that shouldn't be like you shouldn't have to pay for that each month. Like, it's like with the one thing you can do, like even if you don't have like.
Well, you can still.
I think the one thing if you don't have service with your cell phone, what you can do is, I think you can still call 911 even if you don't have like. You don't like. So, I know what it is. You don't necessarily need to. I don't know if you need to. That's one thing you can. Okay, let's say you don't have the PIN number for your phone. If you don't have the PIN number for your phone, you can still dial emergency. That's what I was thinking. Sorry.
Yeah, no. I mean, you can still use the button. I'm just pretty sure they're gonna charge you for that use of the button. And then, but at the same time, like I said, it's like, why are you doing that when you can do that with your phone? As long as your phone is not really damaged, and not to mention like new phones nowadays, like my I was forced to get a new phone for those who don't know. My iPhone 14 has an auto feature where if the phone tumbles around like there's no tomorrow, it'll call 911 on its own.
So, I'm not sure whether that's a good thing or not.
I'm not sure either, but it says it can do that. So if you throw the phone damn hard, like the phone tumbles pretty hard, and
yeah, because you could just drop it and it do that for whatever reason.
Well, I mean, you got to drop it pretty hard, I guess. I like I said, I am not entirely sure how the system works.
Hold on a second. Good night, the rabbit hole.
Yeah, good night.
Night, rabbit hole.
By the way,
or good morning.
What does SOS stand for?
Yeah.
I said or good morning. I think he might be in England. So.
SOS.
Yes. What does SOS stand for? You said it earlier. It made me think of. So, do you know what SOS stands for?
Save our ship.
Nope.
Save our souls.
Nope.
Okay. What?
It's a trick question. It doesn't stand for anything.
Oh.
Huh.
It's simply the easiest message to send.
Huh.
Oh, probably via.
Like it's back when the days where you use Morse code. Yeah, it's back in the days where you use Morse code. S and O just uses dots and dashes respectively. Or one uses dots, one uses dashes. I forget which.
Oh, okay.
The point is, it's a simple message to send.
Huh. Okay. And then it's just something that's stuck, and it's easiest to associate because that's been around for quite a while, I guess.
It was around long enough that people have come to use that as a term for distress signal, and it kind of just became an artifact title.
Yeah.
Well, as I said, it's like I said, it's on the cars. It's on most brand new cars nowadays. So if you go by 2020, I think they started putting them since 2020. So from 2020 and up, or 2019 and up, let's go with 2019. So 2019 and up, most cars are now have a built-in SOS button sitting at the top. At the top, at the roof of the car. So
Well, if you
and
roll
depending,
over, I guess that's good.
depending on their situation, it can either be a good thing or bad thing because of you crush the roof, and it's like there goes that SOS button.
Yeah, well, one would hope if the roof gets crushed, the button's being pressed in the process.
Yeah.
Anyway, I found that out when I was a kid about SOS, but recently I watched a cartoon where there were some kids in class, and
Mm-hmm.
the teacher asked, "What does SOS stand for?" And the typical teacher's pet just kept guessing answers.
Mm-hmm.
She was very confident about herself, but she just kept guessing things till the new girl answered
Said
and
it didn't
revealed.
mean anything.
Yeah, it's just a
It
simple.
doesn't mean a damn thing.
Well, it's just come to mean distress, need help. But the letters don't stand for anything.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Except for what they are.
Every now and then I still find little bits of green here and there.
Yeah, I know. I hate that.
Yeah, that's just sometimes that's the only bit of problem with Clip Paint Studios is it's just not it doesn't do it all the time. So you need to check before you color it because it's done quite a few times when I'm coloring stuff and I'm noticed this little dot that it missed somehow and I'm like, how the fuck?
I'm just gonna make it solid black later.
And then
well, it's probably just because of where it is, that one.
Yeah.
But the thing is, in some ways, as much as you don't want something like that, at that just one dot there, it's probably not going to matter when it comes to, printing it up or whatever.
Oh, Josh the Amazing Gamers? Wait, Josh the Amazing...
Animator.
Oh, what's up? What are we talking about? Welcome, Josh.
Hey, Josh.
I'm glad to see you in the chat.
We're
trying to remember if you're a moderator or not. If not,
we were talking about subscriptions and somehow we landed on cars.
Well, we've been talking about SOS.
You guys were talking about coloring, right?
Yeah, we're back in color. Well, and as for your question, Rick, I don't have 2.0. I want to get it back for the Paint Studio.
Okay.
Yeah.
So right now I'm still on 1. Right now I'm still on 1.0, and the only way to get 2.0 is to have to get the upgrade. I think right now it's like $60 or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. I went. Well, I forget. Well, it's American for you. I went for the up to the EX. I just paid the one-time fee. So
I was gonna pay the one-time fee. Like, no, I ain't doing peripheral anything. The thing is that I have an iPad iOS, and unfortunately, they don't have a permanent plan for iPad stuff. So if you have an iPad, a Surface, or whatnot, have you some kind of tablet, you gotta pay for a monthly for that screwball.
Lovely.
Yeah, there's no permanent pass to buy it.
Yeah. Well, heck, I when I went to get 2.0, I actually did I screwed up at first. I clicked their link. I wasn't sure about the whole subscription thing. I got, reassured that you didn't have to do the subscription thing going to it. And I accidentally upgraded from the EX of 1 point whatever to the Pro.
Which is $19.99, I do believe, but Pro kind of cuts you off of a bunch of other features that would be required for doing combo stuff.
Yeah.
So you would need the EX upgrade to get to.
Yeah. So I was a little pissed at myself, right? And I write them at first, and they're telling me there's, not much they can do or whatever exactly. You know, because I've already put the what's the code in that they give you. Like, who's not going to put the code in right away?
Yeah, so you gotta put down money to get the change, and
and they're saying like I basically have to spend the $200 to upgrade to the thing. Eventually, I'm like, well, I'm not satisfied with my purchase. I'm gonna let people know, blah blah blah, and with that, they end up, oh, there's a way that you can do this. Go into here, do this. Okay, so I end up having to spend out like $70, and then they're gonna reimburse me the whatever it was that it cost me to upgrade to the Pro for 2.0. So I basically end up spending only what I want it to, because it was like,
because
so it's like, but it's like once I said what I'm gonna, that I'm gonna let people know, not to get this, they're suddenly, oh, here's a way to do it.
Yeah. Well, the biggest thing is like I would prefer that they give us some kind of permanent deal for
the one-time tablets and sort
for the tablets. Because I would rather just buy another copy for the tablet than to be spending $9-10 whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then because they have a monthly plan that it was and get your first 3 months free. And then you can do that through
what?
Through your iPhone, or you can do it on your desktop, and then just get the plan. So it'll be 99 cents a month. $10
a month. Whatever.
Or no, well, it says here that if you go through here, you get it for 99 cents a month for a year, I guess. Was the first 3 months down, and then it'll go back up to whatever the price is after a year, I guess.
Josh says, well, I think CSOP just recently axed their one-time payment option across the board.
Did they?
Is that Clip Studio?
No, I'm looking at it right now. It
is the first time here for Josh.
Oh, Clip Studio Paint or Pro, whatever it is.
Pro?
Yeah, no? Is it Clip Studio Paint?
That's a one-time purchase right here. One-time purchase license, but it only works for Windows and Mac OS. It doesn't work for the iOS, which is the operating system for iPads and iPhones.
Yeah, I got it. He's thinking probably for the 2.0, but they
no. What they did is that they axed the Principio license part of. Basically, what they did is that you every time you turn on Clip Paint Studio, you had to have the internet on in order for it to validate the license and continue use it. It's basically what Microsoft wanted to do with their Xbox when they first announced it, was that you had to be on the internet at all times for games to work.
Which is stupid, in my opinion.
Which is stupid because a lot of people don't have the internet.
They really harmed Xbox with their sales, right?
In the beginning, it hurt them. It hurt them.
Was that
like
the Xbox One?
Yeah, that was done.
They also had the problem where they had the Connect thing that it turned out not to be that popular of a feature. They thought it was going to be like the next big thing, and it just didn't.
Yeah, well, they probably thought that because of how popular the Wii was originally.
Yeah, I was going to say it wasn't like with the Wii where that turned out.
Well, in some ways, I think
quite a bit of people just bought the Wii and kind of maybe they might have just bought it for one game or whatever. There were a ton of people who bought it and played a ton of games too, but.
Well,
I think
the Kinetics is technically. I was going to say, I think the kinetics for the Xbox is a little bit better just because it is totally hands-free. You become the controller.
Well,
there wasn't there a dance game too where you could like for the Wii though, where you could like you hit certain like you tap on certain.
Yeah, I think there might have been. Yeah, again, it's a pad, you know. It's hands-free at that point.
It did look fun. I mean, if you're coordinated enough to do that, which I'm not very coordinated, but
yeah, and I think that was based on the video games out in arcades, Dance Revolution or whatever it's called. Josh, the animator, says Procreate is better on an iPad.
Well, that's what I was going to address. I'm trying to learn how to use Procreate, but the thing is that since I already use Paint Studio on my desktop, I need and I would like to be able to go back and forth from the desktop to the iPad. So when I'm doing stuff, I have a pipeline I'm working through. I can't move stuff from Paint Studio to Procreate or Procreate to iPad. I can do that to PSD, but Photoshop tends to make their files big for whatever reason. Every time I save a PDS, so the file, instead of a file being 13.5 megabytes on a Clip Paint Studio file, it could be 35, 45, 65. Just depends on what you put in it. So I know that when Geass is currently working on is a PSD. So at some point that file is going to look like 65 megabytes, even though it shouldn't be.
Well, it's not. It's a PSD when you gave it to me, but I converted it to LIP.
Yeah, LIP. Yeah, that's the name of their file type. And then, well, I mean, I will give it to you just in the clip file that it comes in because Cal doesn't ask for PSD no more. He asks for a clip file. And then, yeah, he stopped asking me for PSD a long time ago. And then, but I just send it the way most people ask me for it. Some people ask me for a PNG, and since it saves in PNG, I send it in PNG. The only time I ever use Photoshop is when I'm working on stuff for 3D render work because Clip Paint Studio does not do any of that stuff. You know, it is strictly an illustration painting tool program. So
and animation a little bit too.
Yeah, you can do animation.
Yeah, I'm up. Like I said, I got the EX. They do have a nice new feature. I've played with it a little, and that's the shading lighting tool.
Mm-hmm.
It's not too bad. I haven't really used it yet. When I get working on the Canadian Shield #3, I think I'm gonna try and use it a little bit. Mm-hmm. You know, I've been remastering Canadian Shield 1, and I haven't used it. I used it, I think, in one spot on it, but other than that, I've been just doing it on my own to remaster. But I think I'll try and use it on, like I said, the Canadian Shield 3 when I go to do that.
Yeah. No, I haven't. No, because I actually remastered. I redid all the pages for my client's original book, his very first book. So I redid the book, and so I'm bringing that up now. So so what I'm putting on the screen now is my version of the original book.
Oh, by the way, did you read that? Josh, the amazing animator, thinks the Procreate is better on an iPad anyway.
Yes, I did.
I heard really good things about it.
This character is most likely lesbian. Yeah, pretty much.
Well, I mean, we're wait a second. I want to make it clear. We do we do allow people of we have okay. Be careful that we do allow. I do not discriminate against people based upon
gender identity,
orientation, or gender identity. We have all sorts of people on the show. That said, there has been an interesting amount of references to gender identity this week. Just making an observation that
in any case,
more than usual, but I'm okay with that.
Well, if
Given
this
who owns this character,
I just don't know if there's anybody on the panel who is in a different orientation.
Nobody on this panel right now identifies.
That does make
anything
things a little,
other than what.
Yeah,
and we don't need to worry about that.
The wrong idea that this is we're a hate show or something like that.
Because, oh gosh,
yeah, but
you're going in
because this is an open panel. And we actually have like regulars who are of different like orientations or different gender identities.
And
this isn't like an all green panel either. We've got humans of different ethnicities. It's I actually like I like hearing from people from different perspective. Even like just different walks of life. Like I once met up with this friend. A friend of mine took me to an in-law, one of their dad, their what do you call it, like stepmom's place, stepmom's relative's place, and the dude was a millionaire, and it was interesting hanging out with a millionaire, and like it was interesting that in his particular case, he was drinking like the cheap brand of beer, and we were eating hamburgers and stuff, and it turned out he was like I think it was a real penny pincher. So even that was kind of interesting, because like
that might have been how he became a millionaire and stayed one.
Yeah. So like in his basement he had I don't know if anybody remembers sound design, but they were like I think they were a more affordable stereo system. I think you could buy it at Sears back in the day. But he had that like in his basement. He might have had like a fancier and I'm not dissing sound design. I always thought it was a pretty cool brand, but he might have had a fancier what do they call it, stereo system upstairs, but downstairs he had the sound design. And upstairs, one of the things he did have at the upstairs of this, it was a summer home, and on Lake Michigan. Anyway, he had a player piano, and it's like, damn, I drink cheap beer and just eat hamburgers if I could have have something cool like a player piano with it's using like this piano roll, which is
Lorenzo running
it's
away
almost
with
like it's interesting. It's before, like long before there were like discs you could like put it in a computer or synthesizer or whatever. There were these player pianos, and these piano rolls had these I think maybe they have holes in them that and then later on you had those computers with some of the earlier computers had these punch cards, and it does seem kind of similar.
Yeah,
Mike,
technically a player piano would be sort of a computer like
hey horror Mike,
because it would be telling it which keys to strike. And hello, horror Mike.
It may have been like kind of, I wonder if
what I was trying to say before Lorenzo went off. By the way,
links in the link to the stream here. Link is in the description.
Yeah. What I was trying to say
I'm not trying to strong arm anybody coming on. I'm just mentioning that.
Well, what I was trying to say was that the character that Geass is coloring is like not only a character I drew, but the thing is was this is Bub's character, which is one of my clients. Generally, everything in his if we're going by his world, basically all of the entire universe is all female. So I'm not even sure what you would call it at that point, because this is an all female universe. So every character is female.
Okay, so that's just weird.
Yeah, I was trying to remember if I was talking to Bub or Sek about the use of the word lesbians in one of their stories because everyone's female.
Yeah, because everyone is female, so those
that term
typically,
probably would not exist.
Oh,
yeah,
like
the term
Mocklins on the Orwell, the Orville,
yeah,
not the Orwell, the Orville. The entire planet pretty much
is one gender.
Well, they're mostly born male, but yeah, that they go into
the odd time. But I think that's
some plot spoilers there.
Yeah, I've seen that. I think that's more due to some sort of manipulation of their culture way back when. But I don't think they'll ever go into that.
They deal with it. They deal with it on the show.
Yeah, well, they deal with the present and all that, but they don't really go far back how they got there because the females are being born that would say that there was females at one time.
Yes, well, yeah, there might be a lot more than than the. Well,
at one time, there was probably
so that's the thing.
A huge amount.
But yeah, I don't want to give a bunch of plot spoilers away.
What is it?
Yeah, but that's something that's revealed early on in the series.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that they deal with it again later on too.
Yeah, they've dealt with it a few times.
That's weird.
But the problem is with these sci-fi shows, kids grow up too fast.
Oh, do you remember that on the show V, where they had the girl and she was like a baby, and then all of a sudden she was like, I don't know, she was like 7.
Yeah, but that
was age way too much.
They actually addressed that, but in
I guess it works different. Yeah, because they're that particular species of lizard, they're space lizards, not at all. They don't don't have to do with the.
Yeah, but they address it in the story.
Are different than them.
But if you take, say, somebody like Alexander, right, Worf's one child.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
If you look at from when he got,
he was conceived and born in the same season, and he looked like a toddler.
And then, like 2 seasons later, he's like a 5-year-old or something like that.
No, it wasn't even 2 seasons. I believe that was the same season.
Yeah, well, I'm not quite sure. I think it was a season or 2 later that she returned.
I started watching Next Generation relatively recently, and I looked that up at the time because.
Oh no, because even Data had a kid.
Data.
Yeah.
Data, yes, but Data had a robot child he built in a lab.
Yeah. That eventually picked the female gender and.
Yeah, but we're more talking about Worf and K'Ehleyr had sex. She went away and she ended up getting pregnant from that sex. She comes back,
Yeah, she didn't bother telling Worf.
A season or 2 later, and she has a kid that's like 5 years old, it seems.
I thought he was 10.
Yeah. Some people say that Star Trek. Some people have commented that Star Trek doesn't deal with child characters very well. I think. Oh, one show I think that was quite good was Deep Space Nine, because I think Jake. I mean, I think it was good with Jake and what was his name?
Nog,
yeah. I'm not sure about the O'Brien's daughter, which did they have her on Next Generation?
Space Nine. She was born on Deep Space Nine.
Okay, but did they age her up as well?
Well, they did slowly, and that wasn't too bad.
They do with Alexander too. Because Alexander shows up on there, and he's what they did is they changed the actors. That was a.
Yeah, well, Alexander maybe not on that because
Yeah, Alexander.
Because if you go from first season of Next Generation to last season of DS9, the kid can only be and this is I was gonna say a max of 14, but it's probably more like 10.
It was really confusing because they they changed Alexander around like I think there might I don't know, there was Alexander as a baby and I don't know how many babies.
Yeah, as they aged them up, they changed actors because
I
they
think
needed a different
Memory
actor.
Alpha would be the definitive source on that. Wikipedia might deal with it too, but I'm really impressed with Memory Alpha, Memory Beta as far as like they deal with the novels. I don't know as much about that, but I rely heavily on Memory Alpha for like Star Trek trivia because
I just looked up Memory Alpha. She first showed up in season 2, and then when she came back with a kid, it was season 4. So, because it was 2 seasons.
Yeah, I knew it was a season or 2. I wasn't sure. I thought it might have been season 1, but so and how old is he when he comes back 2 seasons later? Or does it say?
I only looked up the episodes the woman was in just
okay,
to get a reference for that.
But he's a good 5 years old, I'd say, maybe a little older.
Depends on how fast Klingons grow.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure not every species on Star Trek or even Star Wars ages in the same rate that humans do. So
yeah.
I don't.
But was Kalar fully human, Klingon, or was she half human, half Klingon?
She was half human, half Klingon. However, that still leaves the sun about 75% Klingon.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's just weird how fast he grew up for age. Okay, when he came back 2 years later, he looked like 5 or more. Yet technically, how he should have been like 1, maybe 2, at 1.5, depending on where in the season for season 2 she appeared and when she appeared in season.
That whole thing was very
4.
odd in how they dealt with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Worf with a baby, 2-year-old.
Yeah, though
that would have been more interesting, I think.
Yeah, though he pawned his child off on his parents.
Yeah, for a while.
I mean, like the Enterprise had a daycare. He could have kept his kid.
Oh, by the way, I didn't mean to skip over Josh's comment about his pineapple pizza man being drawn.
Of course, I'm guessing the showrunners just didn't want to have a kid hanging around like that.
Well, I mean, because it's every TV show that has kids usually.
Just wanted to highlight this chat.
Mm-hmm. I draw almost all pineapple pizza man on Procreate. I absolutely love it. The only downside that forced me to use CSP is in place of it occasionally was the layer limit. Yeah, I also noted that it has a layer limit, and I was that was my other thing is like I would have to be constantly smashing layers to keep the layer count down so that it stays under whatever Procreate has because. It's not like Photoshop or even Clip Paint Studio where you can sit there and have a ton of layers as long as your computer can handle it. Yeah. So that's usually the biggest problem I've noticed with it. And then again, as I said, the thing is that the reason I would stick with Clip Paint Studio is because it gives me the pipeline I need. So when I do render stuff, I could leave it to render and I can work on stuff that I need to work on. But right now I need to pay for first for the upgrade for the version I have right now, and then I need to pay for the the monthly plan for
your tablet.
For my tablet because they won't do a one-time deal for you know, for the top end, which sucks.
Yeah. Josh says, I get around it now by having multiple files, so if I need to crush down layers, I still have a file with all the uncrushed layers in case I need to go back and get them for something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's just it's
a pain.
It's a pain to having to make multiple files of the same thing over and over and over and over, and or in the case of comic books, having to do that over and over and over and over and over. It's like in that case, I'll just do all the line art on one thing and then do all the colors on the other one, and save myself a headache.
Yeah.
And because it's just you're constantly making files and you're constantly filling up your
hard drive,
your hard drive or your cloud your cloud system or whatever it is that you're using, especially if you're using like a separate external drive that acts as your archive or the thing that holds all your files.
I'm lucky. My external hard drive is like 2 terabytes. It has backups for 2 different computers on it, and I've still barely used any of the space.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's got over 90% of the thing is empty.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I was thinking about babies and shows, and recently I saw a clip about about this guy meeting his friend. He moved out of town for a while in the show in the 4th season or so. The first 3 seasons or so mostly took place in his hometown where they were hosting a foreign exchange student. And in the 4th season, she was back home and he decided to go live with her. So she was gone for about a year and he was gone for about 9 months. And in the episode where they were back in his hometown, they were at a taco stand and well, a lot of people kept thinking the baby he had was his and the girl's because no one's seen the girl in 9 months. And I didn't think about it at the time, but it had actually been 9 months since any of these other characters had seen her. Around the time he moved out, his mother got pregnant again. And his little sister looks a lot like him. So people had kept mistaking her for his daughter. One guy was insisted that the sister thing was a cover story and didn't believe she was his sister. Like the girl moved out of town. He went with her for a bit, returned for a few months, broke up with his girlfriend, then moved back with the first girl. And then later when they see him again, he's got a baby with her. So had one of those little harnesses you wear on your chest that holds infants.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt.
I get around it, but now I actually prefer it once I get used to it. Helps you work smarter with fewer layers. Well, I already do that, but there are things that require you to have multiple layers, and sometimes you need to. And sometimes those effects will make the file bigger than it should be. Yeah, I mean, work harder, not smarter is a great philosophy, but sometimes it's just going to cost more money to work smarter because you're trying to use a workaround when it comes to things like storage and space. What are you going to say?
Well, sometimes smarter means working hard. Maybe not harder, but hard.
Yeah, it just means be more creative, actively creative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's probably a limit to even Clip Studio or whatever for theirs, but it's probably just extremely high.
Well, the thing is the more you take a file and then you branch it off into another file, this and this, that. Sometimes you're degrading the file that you have, and suddenly that file isn't the quality that you had it when you first started that file. So it's one of those things you have to figure out a limit to how much you're going to put here, how much you're going to do here, how much you're going to do there. So it's just one of those things you have to learn as you go. And then because like for me, I like the fact that you can create a whole comic book novel stuff in one file, and so you can keep all those files together, and so you can go back and forth through all the files and see what you're doing or know what you're doing as you because like you all were just noticed this and you all were seeing I put up my Muse comic again. So it's been a while since I looked at it, and I'm just going through everything that I put down. So that's the best thing for me was Clip Studios.
People can't see it if it's not highlighted.
It's on the screen. You just not show it, sir.
Well, wait a second. Wait, what? Wait, who?
See?
Oh, okay.
Wait, what? What's going on?
You gotta like let me know if you want me to. You guys need to let me know if you want.
Yeah. Like I already inked some of these pages, but I might have to go back and redo some just because I changed the pin again, and then because this is the last page I stopped on was page 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I stopped on page 5. It's out of order because the back cover I haven't messed with it, and it's taking page 1 and 2 instead of making everything 1, 2, 3. Even the inside cover is just taking up page, so it's taking up 1, 2, and 3. So technically, this is page 1.
Hello, Natural. We have a new person in the chat. It looks
hey,
like.
Natural Hustler. So,
welcome.
So I've laid out most of the book was out of script. So.
Oh, that's good. I guess.
Well, the thing is that I've gotten so used to writing everything on the fly that I've because the render work I do is a lot of comic book stuff that's not safe for work. So, and contrary to popular belief, we do actually do story for it, and so I've been telling the story was out of script forever, for a long time.
Oh, by the way,
I've gotten used to writing.
Wait a second. By the way, but the Natural Slurry just subscribe to your channel. Did you moderator? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Daniel.
So I got used to just drawing out what basically I could probably draw out a movie if I wanted to. just draw the entire cinematic. Like this is my movie. This is the entire cinematic for it. What you think?
Josh, that is done with the EX version of Studio Pro.
Hey, you gotta read out the comment.
Okay. He said, I'd like to pick your brain on how to do this on CSP with all the pages in one file. That looks handy. It's something that you can do with the EX version of Clip Studio.
Yeah.
Welcome Apex Comics. That's fine. That's fine if you can't join us. It's cool that you're able to watch it work. So
So the
draw a movie
would be rather complicated.
No, what I was talking about was not the animatics, but the movie. God, I even forgot the name. I even forgot the name of it. Damn it! I have been doing this forever. I've studied animation stuff. It's basically it's like the concept art for all the for the movie. So you're drawing particular parts of all the scenes and the cinematics and what have you. So it's damn it, storyboard. There it is.
Josh says he's got.
Eventually, I was gonna
I
get
don't know if that relates to what you're saying.
Basically,
yeah, it does.
Okay.
Basically, it's a storyboard for a movie or for video games or what have you. When they're doing the cinematic parts, when they're doing cinematics, or when they're taking the script and turning it into something visual that the director can use, or whoever needs to see a visual concept of what we're talking about. So I can draw out a storyboard. Maybe you do an animatic of it.
Cool. I'm not sure whether we answered Natural Hustler's question up a bit. How have we all been? Well, I've been good.
You got EX? Okay. When you open a new file, here. When you open a new file, you're gonna go to not that.
Isn't the one that you were on?
Comic.
Initially?
This is the comic right here.
Yeah, but you want the one with multiple pages, don't you? Well, you can do it two ways, I guess.
Well, this is more show all comic settings. This just gives me all the general, and you can even do animation right here. But if he's based, so what you got to do, you got your cover right here on the side, your story information, number of stories, and all the information you want to fill out for it, folio stuff.
Yeah.
So you go down here where it says multiple pages, and you turn that little feature on, and it gives you
click and you say how many pages you want.
Yeah, how many pages you want, how do you want the binding, where do you want the pages to start from, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And this is a cover page thing. And what it's going to do is going to give you the front, the back, and the inside cover. Now, we're just going to take a place of pages 1, 2, and 3, which is what
or if you already have a bunch of
files, it's going to look like this.
Click story.
Yeah. So it's going to look like this.
Yeah.
When you're done. So you got, that's because the 52 will turn to 53 because it's going to have that back cover. I set it to 52 just to give me an idea. But I might extend it to like 100 pages.
Yeah. And then if you don't want to just create it right from that, if you have a bunch of pages you want to create it from, you load up one and then you, I think, go to story and say add pages, and then you just add the files in.
Yeah, because what I was trying to do, I was trying to limit this to something that could be printable, because I don't have money like most people who are doing their stuff, Iconic Comics and so on and so forth. And I guess I'm not well known enough for people to put down their money for Kickstarter or what have you. But I also want to have most of this finished and worked on before I just, hey, by the way. So I'm going to get back to this one and kind of not deal with my superhero stuff, because I don't think anybody really... And then, honestly, I have more ideas for this than I did with all my superhero stuff. So, and then maybe just me debating it.
You probably should stick with one comic for a while and build a universe for it.
Yeah, I mean, because what I did was this one was I just decided to leave out all the superheroes, so just make it its own universe and not worry about everything else.
Yeah. Well, and once you got something on like Kickstarter or whatever, if you're doing crowdfunding, the thing is you got to get into a lot of shows, contact a lot of people to get it out there.
So
that may get you sales, it may not.
Yeah. So Josh says, cool, man. Thanks for the quick rundown on that. I don't know if that was quick. It seemed like you guys been at it for an hour. So
were we?
I'll definitely poke around with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is on it for like 5 minutes, if that.
I don't know. It seems like it's been.
But that's definitely how this is how this is all set up.
Well, your own universe has Apex. It seems like you guys have been talking in general, in great detail about which is cool and stuff. It's just.
Because this one.
It's just. It's. I actually do like learning about this. It's just. We are kind of a variety show, so.
Actually, this is what I had in mind for the book front. And
the one thing I kind of caution people about is we don't want to make it feel like an infomercial, but on the other hand, it's not like you guys were like just constantly saying buy my book. We were actually you guys were talking about the actual tools used to make art, which I think is actually pretty fascinating.
You ever see the crick? You ever see the crick? The
crick?
What Lorenzo just said reminded me of it. The Critic. It was the
Critic.
Yeah, it was a cartoon show from like the 90s or something.
Because around here we say,
I remember it.
Around here, like some people used to say crick, and for creek.
Well, A. Sherman had a cardboard cutout of him in one episode that it was hooked up to a clapper. So whatever you clapped, the cardboard cutout would start wagging its arm up and down, and repeated the phrase, "Buy my book, buy my book."
Yeah. It's been a while, so I got to rewatch that. That's with John Lovitz from Saturday Night Live. Rex builds his universe every day, says Apex Comics. That's true.
Well, I've been building characters for quite a while for this.
Yeah, same here.
No, it's this character right there. The one that you're skipping over.
Oh, this is Detective Katie Lightfoot.
Oh, the Native woman. Okay.
Yeah, Native American.
I thought
it was an elf name.
Hey, Metal.
Dang it.
Well, welcome, Metal. Metal told me about a really great game. It's by the makers of Genshin Impact, which gets a lot of people are kind of suspicious of Genshin Impact because it's some people call it a gotcha game or whatever. But it's kind of it's one of those free to play games where you might end up if you're not careful about it, you could end up spending maybe way too much real money. But I haven't spent money on either of these games. But the one that he was talking about was called Honkai.
Yeah, I know.
Star Rail. I don't know if I pronounced the first part correctly. I don't know if that's Honkai. I don't know if it's a Japanese or a Chinese word.
Honkai Star Rail.
Yeah.
Honkai Star Rail. It's Honka.
Yeah, but I'm just saying I don't know the origin of the word because it's a game that's made in China. But it's also got a Japanese version. It's kind of anime oriented, but there's something similar to anime in China that's called something else. So I don't know.
I haven't played it a lot, but it does have a lot of Genshin Impact feel to it.
Yeah. Except for the fighting is actually
turn based.
Yeah, and I actually really like that. It's got it's kind of cool. It's kind of like the old JRPG game. Like I think we're in like the old school Final Fantasy games, turn based as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of RPG stuff that
especially the JRPGs,
video games have been turn based.
This is a Chinese. Okay, the Japanese word pronounced Hokai.
So apparently,
so it's a Japanese word pronounced Hokai. It means collapse or decay, and then I think it was I don't know, and then it was, but it's a direct translation of a Chinese word I can't even pronounce that. Bing. Why? I don't.
Oh,
I could.
we're about 3 minutes.
I might have accidentally just insulted somebody's mom in Chinese. So I do
we
apologize.
might be.
If you
We're 3
pronounce a
minutes from.
word the wrong way in a tonal language, and Chinese has a number of tones. You could really could really wreak some havoc.
Okay, guys. It's about to be 10. I do actually have to get off because I have a job orientation tomorrow, and I have to be for that. So.
Okay. Good night and good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, take care. And any place where we can find you?
You can find me at the Tech Corner on YouTube, Instagram, Twitch, and Twitter. You can also find me at High Tier Comics on Twitter, and actually on YouTube because I changed the channel from the Tech Corner to High Tier Comics. So I will see you guys next time, hopefully.
You take care.
I'm
gonna have to update some of that info in the show description because I don't know if I have the High Tier Comics stuff in there.
All right, man. Y'all have a good one.
You too.
Night.
Yeah. Later. Tech.
Looking the buff babe in the art. Unfortunately, we lost
Tech.
Tech. Let's see. We do have this drawing that Geass is coloring, but we got some more messages. First, the first part. Yeah, the company that behind the Genshin Impact and was it Honkai Star Rail says please play in moderation and spend rationally. Josh was liking the buff babe in the art. Heard about Metal Gear Solid 3 remake announcement. That's interesting. Natural Hustle. Does Natural Hustle have a wrench? Are you a moderator?
Yeah, you've moderated them.
Okay. You mean Genshin Gear Triangle? Interesting. Here's Daniel Vega's Deviant art. Daniel Vega, aka High Tier Comics, aka the Tech Corner. A lot of people just call him Tech.
Yeah, there's his Twitter as well.
Yeah, and thanks for or Delta, laugh out loud. Huh. That might have been like a game reference. Or the Metal Gear Solid 3, is that Delta or was that a Delta reference to something else?
I have no idea.
I think it is sort of a thing with the Metal Gear 3 because just the nasty mean Metal Gear Triangle, and then I think Natural saying or it's Delta laugh out loud. But yeah.
I guess the Delta does look like a triangle. Welcome the Metal.
Hey.
Hey, Metal.
I appreciate that recommendation on it was on the Vomitorium show, I believe.
Yeah.
I've been having fun playing that game. I'm still stuck in I think it's kind of I haven't gone on the Star Rail yet.
No, you haven't gotten on the Astral Express yet?
Yeah, there's some side quests that I have, but I could hop on there, but looks like there's some side quests that probably should do first.
I think I'm to the part where you can hop on. I haven't played it since I played it the first time.
I'm really enjoying it. So it's kind of a weird thing where whether how me explaining how how often I play games because I've contradicted myself. One week I was like, I only am kind of a casual. I'm one of those filthy casuals, and then I was like, the next week I was like, oh, for the past month or so, I've been playing quite a bit. And it's like, well, wait a second. I can't even get my story straight. I think what happens is sometimes I'll log in. If I'm just playing Genshin Impact, I might just go in and do the daily commissions. But sometimes I also play with a Honkai Star Rail. And then
you just call
if
it
I play that,
Star Rail
I might play that when I combine that with the Genshin Impact thing. With Genshin Impact, I'm just doing the daily commissions. Was it Honkai Star Rail?
Yeah, dude.
I just call it Star Rail.
With that game,
Star Rail.
I'm actually, I'm like just getting acquainted with it. So I might, I'm not just not just going in and doing these daily quests because I don't think. I mean, maybe after I play it for a while, I'll get daily quests, but. Right now this is all very new. So when I combine it, I might be, playing for quite a while a day. Just
I've been working on my
maybe
remastering too much.
Yeah, I might not be sitting down just all in one thing. I mean, one session. I'm playing the 2 games at different times throughout the day. So. Hard to add that up.
And Metal's bringing it up right now.
I have to grind. You have to use your Trailblazer power when it's up.
Yeah, it's so in like Genshin Impact, you're like the adventurer. Is that the term? But in this game,
the traveler, and you're the Trailblazer.
The traveler. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of times when I play Genshin Impact, I don't have the volume on, and
I have that character.
I'm very severely dyslexic, and so I'm missing some crucial parts of the story, unfortunately.
Yeah, but at least there's a lot of voice acting for the important stuff.
Yeah. But I don't know if I'm playing at night. I might not have it I might not have that on because don't want to disturb people.
Yeah, I get it.
Neighbors and stuff.
I just always have my headphones on.
Yeah,
so out of habit.
The plot for both of those games is a little mysterious to me.
I like the story in this one a lot more, even though I did like the story in Genshin.
Yeah, I'd probably have to do a real big update for Genshin Impact. It's been a while.
I recently updated it. I hadn't played since they added the Dendro area, the one with all the canyons and stuff. So I think last weekend or whatever, I just went and unlocked all the teleporters in that new area.
Is that the one with the winter zone?
No. I've played when that was added. That's Dragonspire, the mountain. This area is, if you attune to the Dendro, there's a lot of almost grappling hook places that you can go to. And it's a mixture of there's a desert, there's a jungle, there's a canyon. It's as big as the first 2 zones combined.
So there's been a lot.
If you like what you're seeing, please like and share. It really helps us out. I've been kind of running myself ragged trying to share out the stream.
Yeah.
So,
sorry, Rick.
So you made it public this time?
Huh?
Made what public?
Yeah, I believe I saw the StreamYard link in the chat.
Oh yeah. That led to kind of an interesting situation where 2 people were on, and one was kind of seemed like a bit of a.
One said.
I want to be very careful how I phrase things. I think he said he digs up stuff about alleged illegal activity. I'm editing the word alleged. with the YouTubers, and then there was this other guy on who they were arguing back and forth as far as which one was a troll, and I unfortunately, with that sort of situation, I don't know. They're both hidden from the channel because that's not the kind of channel we are. It's supposed to be like if somebody's got, like, let's say they got a hobby or something they're passionate about. Even if it's something, it doesn't necessarily have to just be a hobby. They can, like you sell your comic books. I mean. It's so it's like indie creators, but also hobbyists.
Hey, Chad, long time no see.
Like a lot of musicians, are like I'm not gonna necessarily have like Jimmy Page on here, but there might be a musician who has like a Bandcamp page, and maybe they make some money off of that, or maybe there's some people they got some comic book campaigns and they raise a few $1,000s, or whatever, So it's not that I don't have people who are, say semi-professional. It's just not likely to have, someone from Marvel or DC on here who's making like maybe like a six-figure income or something. I actually
5-figure income.
Yeah, whatever it is, Chad, welcome.
Just something new for me. Next Thursday morning or afternoon, technically. Well, it depends on where you are. Gonna have Pixel Trader on talking about his new book.
Oh, the Little Mermaid.
Yeah.
So this is an interesting thing because Pixel Traders ran a site for a while, and I don't even know if it was actually monetary. I know that for a while there, it was like something where I think he was putting his own money into the thing.
You're talking Indicron, and it's still up.
So he still, do they even have ads or anything?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Yeah.
As far as I know, it's all self-funded.
Yeah, this might be the first time I've heard of him having so
a book. He just launched it like a week
well,
and a half ago.
This is the first time I've heard of him actually having any sort of crowdfunded thing of his own.
Yeah.
Of any kind. Like, but yeah, it's in this case a book. I mean, there's been stuff like I remember the so-called Etsy boys. They were selling the tchotchkes. It was like they're like selling like stuff to keep your beverages. If you had it in the fridge and it's cold, like a what do they call it, koozie, or what do they call it?
A cozy.
Yeah, to put around your pop or your beer or whatever people are inclined to drink.
I've heard it pronounced both ways, both koozie and cozy, though.
Yeah, I think I would call it I think I've typically called it a koozie, but it's not something that it's something that I remember back in the 80s having, like the family had that, and then maybe something happened and got worn out after a while. I think my folks, maybe my mom bought some or whatever. But yeah, there's just like different things that people can, any number of things someone can sell, like fund on Indiegogo or Kickstarter. I guess there's Fund by Comics, which is it seems very specific. I don't know if it's only comics.
No, it's not. Games is another. Like, if you actually read the title, it does say for like games and stuff too.
Okay.
They have different sections for comics, magazines, tabletop games, video games, and the like.
I like Stone.
Indie media.
I retweet campaigns from that are on there. I'm just not sure about. necessarily going. I know some people are reluctant about Kickstarter. It's just with me. I'm just personally. I'm gonna. Gosh, I don't want to hurt Luke Stone's feelings. I'm just taking a wait and see attitude because I think it's only been out for a few months.
Yeah.
But I do wish him luck, and I do retweet the campaigns. If anything, I retweet. Kind of you take it your own risk. But I'll retweet I don't even. There's people. I retweet a lot of stuff. I'll just say that I retweet a lot of stuff. If something, I think Ethan had some sort of like thing where it was actually like in real life, like with hanging out with the frogs. He's like at a swamp or wherever frogs are at, and I even retweeted that, and I don't even follow Ethan's page. I won't go into too much detail about that. I just don't. But I retweeted that because it's like, oh, this looks kind of cool, or somebody's got some Cyberfrog fan art. I retweeted,
Yeah.
Even though I don't really watch his show like I did when back in 2018 or even before. I loved those Anybody Can Draw streams. His portfolio review streams. He had one where he went to
or videos. I wouldn't call those streams.
One where he went to the what do you call that? Your hobbyist store, and it's like, well, these aren't the exact. This might.
When he made you can get started on a budget. Here's how you can draw like a pro for under $100. I love that video. That's a great video.
Some of my favorite content from him. But
I still share that with people.
Live stuff where back before there were all these isms and schisms where you guys all kind of split up and went to these and all now have their different audiences and don't call themselves don't necessarily have a label or whatever. But back when Doug and Mike and Cecil and all those guys all at least appeared to get along. I used to watch Comics Get Live and really enjoy it. You get guys like in the early days, Cecil and Urkish were kind of they were Cecil it was really hard for me to tell and then Ethan was like, well, this guy's playing a character, but before he said that, it was really hard for me to tell because Cecil was saying stuff that it felt like he was trolling everybody. It felt like he was trolling. I don't know if any of you guys seen his early videos. He did one about the Wizard of Oz with a couple of women arguing over a pair of shoes. That was one of his videos.
Heck, I liked it when he did the whole spoof on all the different, that 80s characters.
I don't know if I saw that. I know he did one with he did some Star Wars. It was supposedly going to be an ongoing series about C-3PO as the
I'm talking about
for masculinity and
Well, I'm talking like Rainbow Brute and all that.
Okay. That came about a bit later. That came about later after Cecil was revealed to be Comicsgate. But before that, it was him and Nurkish, and they were gonna make a book with Tim Lim, and that was the era that I liked the most. When it's when back in for that short period where everybody was getting along, that was great.
Yeah, for sure.
So I'm still a big fan of Tim Lim. I watch. I don't know when he streams it, but when I do catch Nurkish's stuff, it's not for the faint of heart. It's not at all politically correct, and I think he yanks his streams like shortly after he airs them, but or right after. But he does have some pretty witty humor. Even it's pretty edgy though. it's like I don't know. It's really edgy, I'd say. But I don't know if any of you guys have caught that stuff, but he makes
I've been behind on
correct video. There's some politically correct. They're like kind of feels like after school specials, but they're like really super politically correct. And they're like just like it's like they're just beating people over the head with a message, about and the message is good, like don't be a bigot or whatever, but it's just done in such a heavy-handed fashion that it's laughable. But then again, those after school specials I think could be really heavy-handed, or those very special episodes of 80s sitcoms. You guys remember those? Like Family Ties or
yeah.
Cosby Show or Different Strokes. Oh man, Different Strokes, that has a really creepy one. I'll just say that involved a bicycle repairman, and I won't go into any detail. But
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, you don't want to trust that guy. Turned out
and the funny thing, if I remember right, the character in it, the actor in it was from WKRP in Cincinnati, Mr. Carlson. If I remember.
Oh,
right.
Really? That was another great show from back in the day.
Yeah,
I love that show.
I actually
the Thanksgiving episode where they're like dropping turkeys from the helicopter at everybody.
I have a hard
chaos.
time remembering it from the first time it aired, because I was so young. But I have seen reruns, and I've seen like videos on the internet too, and that is hilarious. Barney Miller, that cop show, that was pretty entertaining. Taxi, that was when I was real. That was
Taxi,
just a hatchling when that originally aired. That's something I've rewatched, like some episodes here and there online, and that was freaking amazing. Like that had like Christopher Lloyd, right? Was it Christopher Lloyd who
yeah.
Was it Doc Brown on?
Well, that's because his dad produced the show. Because what a lot of people don't know is that his father was a TV producer, and that's how he got his start. And now Chris Lloyd kind of took over the family business, and you'll see that there's a lot of TV shows produced by him. Like one of the bigger ones was Modern Family was produced by him.
Oh, really? Danny DeVito was on Taxi.
Yeah.
What's his name? Andy Kaufman. The really great, like the guy just like would. Oh, one of the
guy from
one of
Who's
the
the
most
Boss?
amazing comedians, as far as I'm concerned. Like he would take a joke, and it could just like he would be kind of like It was like he actually did do kayfabe with wrestling. It's just he was to the point where he just like would now, he would like have a character, and he would like never. He would like, what was it? The Tony Clifton character. He would never admit that it was him. I mean, it was to the point where he was diagnosed with cancer, and some of his friends thought he was joking because you never knew with him. Like he supposedly would visit hookers dressed like Tony Clifton, this sexist lounge singer. Well, he was more than just sexist. He was just kind of a dink to everybody, right?
Yeah, just in general.
He was just like like a jerk to the audience. Whatever you call it. Just I wish I could play that stuff, but I think I'd get in trouble with copyright and stuff.
Most likely you just get a copyright claim, which doesn't really mean anything to you because these videos aren't making money. But
they could add all
you also don't want to risk it.
I've heard that some of the stuff might in kind of invisibly in the background make it so that if you get enough of those claims, I don't know if this is true or not, it could negatively affect the channel and the algorithm. Hypothetically, I don't know if that's true.
In some ways, I doubt that. Well, it may or may not. It's hard to say, but I know Dillard. He's always playing music, so his gets like claimed a lot. I believe so. But he's almost at 900. So
okay, but like, yeah, but I'm wondering though, as far as like if it costs some actual viewers or not. I mean, like, because you can have a lot of subscribers. Like I have quite a few subscribers, but I don't know the percentage that actually watch each week. Like my last stream only got after YouTube was done subtracting the people that had previously claimed watched, which I thought it was like 110 or 120, and it was only like 90 at the end.
Yeah, I don't even get that. I'm starting to slowly get back up there.
So I mean, I think when I had Pulfire on before, that might have gotten like 300 views. I should put the back to public because it was fun back then having her on. Even though she does like Starfire more than Raven.
Yeah, there's blasphemy.
Religious debate about that. I like both of those characters actually. I think you really need both of them to kind of balance each other.
So far, my stream with Nerd Wonder from Tuesday night only has 46 views, but it got 14 likes.
Oh, I forgot that she was on there. I would have tuned in if I was.
I think you tuned in the middle somewhere. I remember saying hi to you.
Well, I might have been kind of out of it lately.
Then my one from 2 weeks ago got 49 with 14 likes. I'm slowly getting up there again.
I guess the whole thing is, the weird thing is, I think it was Sci-Fi Nation thought I was like trying to like get this channel like monetized or like be like, I don't know. It was really funny. Some people think that I really want internet cloud or something. I've been on social networks and had fairly popular accounts, and that can get overwhelming for me. I'm not telling people to unsubscribe. With YouTube, I could just like, if there got to be too many people in the chat for me to read the messages, I could just turn on slow mode. But I don't see that happening anytime soon. And it's
man, I wish there was enough people I had to turn on slow mode.
Yeah, me too.
It's
Hello, Courtney's Fellowship.
Oh, hey, Courtney. Does Courtney have a wrench?
Yes, she does.
I thought she had been here on multiple occasions, but didn't know if she had a wrench. Always good to see Courtney. There's a lot of nice people stopping, and that's where we have some conversations that I enjoy, and I hope the audience enjoys. And I like it that people are, and I would like to remind people again, please promote your channels and like projects or whatever, or hobbies, passions, whatever in the chat, so long as it's not like X-rated. Because I really do enjoy hearing about things. Oh, and I guess like if you're that one guy was a journalist who reported on other YouTubers, that's not the sort of thing I probably need. Like
Courtney says
someone accusing someone else of murder on stream. That was a new one, and something I don't want repeated.
Wait, did they accuse somebody of murder? I don't recall that happening.
I don't know. Maybe hopefully I misunderstood. It's like that one. It's like the time that guy came on, and the one guy who got banned from the channel. He'd come on a number of times drunk, and then one time he came on and he said he was talking about like suits that he had bought, like that may have pre-owned, that it sounded like may have been sold like without the owner's permission, I'll say, like taken and sold to him. Might have been like some hot merchandise, like stolen items. And that's definitely something I do not want to promote.
Yeah.
It was like the guy felt like it was kind of like with like someone going to the priest, or even some like Protestant or whatever. Different types of Christian groups. Some of them have confession. I don't think it's just Christian, Anyway, I'm not a priest or a rabbi or a minister or anything, or a psychiatrist, psychologist.
I am legally ordained.
Are you?
Yes, I am.
And with what church are you legally ordained?
It doesn't matter. All that matters is that I can provide weddings as a service.
So did you provide like a name? You don't have to say what it is, because I know there's these things
it's strictly
in the back
for
of a
business
catalog.
purposes.
Huh?
It's strictly for business purposes, not religious.
Interesting, because I know that because I have friends who got in like one friend said it was like in the back of a magazine, but it was actually like some sort of something or other church or whatever it was called. But I think with some others you might be able to even call it, your own thing.
I remember when Homer got ordained in The Simpsons. That was just so he could marry people.
Yeah, isn't that why most people do this? I mean,
yes, that is the pure reason most people seek to be legally ordained. Though the most people who are ordained aren't seeking to be ordained. They actually went through seminary.
Oh, you're talking about the majority of people versus.
Well, it depends on intent, right? Like most people who are ordained are either a judge, right? So they went through a legal career, or they're already a priest, so they went through seminary. But most people who seek to become ordained are doing it to marry people, right? Like there's two different intents there.
Are you a judge?
No, I'm not. I wish I was. That'd be cool.
Judge Metal. Metal Judge.
Judge Metal presiding.
If I was a judge, though, I'd like to be like Samson.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not familiar with Samson.
Suggestions about what to do with that
Samson of the Bible? I believe he's
in the book of Judges.
Oh, or was it Samson who had that
never
idea
read
that
the Bible.
Huh?
What was that question, Lorenzo?
I was just wondering what Geass said. I think he was talking over him.
I was wondering who Samson was because I never read the Bible.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Samson was an interesting character. He had taken what was known as the vow of the Nazarene, I believe it was called, where
Nazarite.
Yeah,
and actually, he didn't really take it. It was put upon him.
Okay, so he couldn't cut his. Yeah, true. He could. So he wasn't supposed to cut his hair.
Or
I
drink
think also
wine.
wasn't supposed to drink alcohol either. Maybe not even eat grapes.
Oh, that's Samson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing
And,
was,
you could argue whether he took it or put him on it. It was part of basically the oath he took that got his powers.
Well, I just say it was put upon him because it was told to his mother that
he had a physical, and he had physical strength as a result, which was not like John the Baptist. I think took the same vow, and
well, a lot of people did. It was kind of just a sign of faith.
Superhuman strength. It was just he was kind of a special case.
Yeah,
and
like Courtney's
it was actually a pretty interesting story about like why not to like be a simp or like just listen to like or bad advice from one's spouse or whatever, like because he ended up marrying a woman who from like was she from the well he ended up marrying
she was a Philistine,
right?
She was of the people that he was trying to exterminate.
Yeah, was she actually a Philistine?
Yeah.
Or whatever okay.
Philistine.
Mike was a good show, totally not in the Bible. Yeah, it was a great show.
Has anybody checked out the new Night Court?
No.
I hated it.
I haven't heard of it.
It didn't know what a joke was, or that it was even supposed to be funny.
I didn't mind it. I haven't seen all the episodes. I didn't mind it. It wasn't too bad.
Harry Anderson was interesting. He he so in Night Court I think he had a Macintosh in there, but he also had that was it the Absent Minded or was it or the Nutty Professor that he did a remake of, or which one was Disney? We've discussed this before. He did a remake and that had a Macintosh computer. So I don't know if he himself was a big Macintosh user or what, but he was also into magic. He was an illusionist.
Wait, I lost. What were we talking about now?
Harry Anderson from Night Court, the judge.
Yeah, he was a magic guy.
Yeah, an illusionist.
He likes magic.
Kind of like David Copperfield or whatever. But I think he did card tricks and stuff, but he might have done more than that. But yeah, that was I like that guy Bull. Was he the bailiff?
Yeah.
Big tough looking guy.
Well, Courtney, he wasn't a magician. It was a side thing for him. He was obviously a judge first.
Listen, all magicians are still magicians.
In real life, he was an entertainer, both a comedian and did magic shows. He would go on the Tonight Show and do magic shows, and I think there's footage of him in front of an audience doing magic shows.
He was in another show as a sort of a magician type person, but was a crook.
Well, I think this is
before that.
It's kind of I don't know if he how professional. If he ever did that full time professionally or what the deal is. It's kind of like with the comic artists who come on here, some of them have day jobs,
Oh, Lorenzo. You see these choices right here? Right?
Yeah.
If you're running Path of Preservation and you see this word come up, quake damage, that is your best friend. You pick that every single time.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. It seemed like those were pretty powerful.
Yeah. Well, quick damage. So anytime a shield gets hit, it's basically like a backlash, right? Like a return damage, and it's as a young kid could say, cracked.
It kind of reminds me of Wu Wei.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're using your enemy's strength against them. If I understand that concept correctly.
And if you get those, then you can just focus on survival with the shield, and then your quick damage will do all the killing for you.
Oh, by the way, my stepdad, he was a big time judge. We used to call him Your Honor at home. Laugh out loud, says Courtney. Quake. Oh, Quake. That fell on. What was the last part you said, Metal? I'm sorry.
I'm trying to remember. Oh, yeah. If you get that quake damage, which there's like 3 or 4 things in the build that you can pick up that'll all say quake damage. If you get them, then you don't even have to worry about having the damage in your team. You can just focus on like your shields and survival.
I'm trying to focus on. I thought.
No, he keeps putting me backstage.
I thought Geass had something on the screen.
I'm still sharing my.
I can't see very well on here, so I haven't been. I'm not seeing it. Oh, here it is. I'm really sorry because I was trying to focus on you, and then every time I'd go to switch, there'd be another fight scene in the game.
Oh, you don't have to focus on me. I'm just having fun over here.
And so okay. It'll show up on the screen, even on the left side, even if.
Oh yeah, well, because I'm putting it through my webcam, so it'll show up there anyway.
Okay, that's good to know. Like with Rick's Snowdrift.
Yeah, he's probably doing it through OBS.
Yeah.
I like OBS that way. That way you can show whatever you want.
Yeah, he was a judge of. I think it's
PA.
Pennsylvania. Would that be with
PA's Pennsylvania, right? Or is it
Is that Philadelphia or Pennsylvania?
Well, if you were the Superior Court, it would have to be Pennsylvania, because that's where Philly is.
Yeah, it's Pennsylvania. It's funny because people would call Bean Bean of Pa, but it was like I think it was Bean of Pennsylvania is what it was short for.
Yeah, that's what I always thought it was.
Yeah, Courtney goes pen in the comics for Pennsylvania.
Because I think
Bean being another Cult of Raven alumni.
Yeah, I always so that was the thing is a lot of people didn't understand I didn't when I was kind of siding with Bean on some stuff and that kind of got some people upset with me and I got kind of I don't know things got kind of out of control where people are there was a lot of arguing back and forth and I tried to scale back on that. And I think what's his name? I think Marsupial was on the other side of things.
Marsupial is technically Cult of Raven, but yeah, he did some simping for Pope Fire, and that caused some complications that are neither here nor there anymore. He's back in the cult.
But I thought maybe he had been on the war campaign side, or maybe it was just more.
No.
Yeah, maybe it was just he didn't like. Maybe he just wasn't on the cherry side of things.
He said his 3 Hail Ravens and did a little sacrifice, and he was let back in.
Nice baby.
Well, more of an offering.
I do remember there used to be. At least I saw a sacrifice once. That was interesting. I guess I shouldn't be discussing that.
We did used to have a channel in the Cult of Raven Discord called the Sacrifice Pit.
Like we say the abbreviation. Oh yeah, PA. Yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Just like for Canada, we call British Columbia BC for short.
Yeah, I used. So I'm operating very little sleep today.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff across the nations where we use the acronyms for stuff. Like, what confused a lot of people, if you're a local to the Dallas area, we actually refer to the whole area as DFW because it's Dallas-Fort Worth. But if you say that to somebody who's not from the area, they're like, what are you talking about?
Well, I used to live in Arlington.
Oh, I used to live in Arlington too.
Every year.
I'm not sure how many people in Canada would do this, but people in Ontario, a lot of people in Ontario, refer to Toronto as TO.
Interesting. Well, here in Traverse City, Michigan, we call it TC. I don't know if other people in the state do, but
I'm actually just south of Arlington right now in Mansfield.
What did you say?
Well, I said I'm just south of Arlington right now in Mansfield.
Mansfield. Oh. So that's another thing that. So Arlington, I don't remember there being ever going to like a downtown or anything. I remember there being strip malls. Is there an actual downtown?
Yes, it's literally just north of UTA, the University of Texas in Arlington. Like you have to go up north past that, and there is an old downtown area.
What's it like? Is it?
So it's like, you know how historic downtowns usually look in smaller towns? It's like that, where it's like a bunch of Main Street buildings and shops and stuff, but it sprawls for like 12 blocks.
Well, that's wild because I don't remember ever going downtown.
And most people don't go north past the college because all the shopping and even most of the residents are in South Arlington now.
Okay, so I don't even remember which area. So I just know the UPA. Yeah, the Upper Peninsula. That's where
Upper
the
Peninsula.
live.
Okay, I didn't know what that stood for. Eh?
Yeah, that's where the Youpers live. There's even a band called the Youpers. I recommend their music. It's maybe a little bit slightly corny or whatever, but it's a really fun band from the Upper Peninsula. You kind of poke fun at it's. I don't know. It's kind of like maybe kind of like would be kind of like Red Green. It's Canadian.
Keep thinking Virginia.
Canadian, right?
Yeah, when you hear Arlington, a lot of people think of Arlington, Virginia, because that's the famous one. But there's one of the bigger cities in Texas. It's actually the 9th biggest city now is Arlington, Texas, and it fills in the gap between Dallas and Fort Worth.
Oh, her college roommate was a Youper. Well, yeah, like I think the officials, like, well, I don't know how official, but the way the band the Youper spelled is like I think YOOPER. But I know, but like just even spelling it that way, I know what you're talking about. Not gonna be like a grammar Nazi about that because that's actually a pretty darn good abbreviation. Just spelling it that way, I don't know. That's actually a better way of spelling it probably. But it's like the band's like DA, duh, and then the second word's capital YOOPERS. The Youpers. Been to Texas one time, and it was in Houston where I was stranded for 2.5 days because weather. That's all I know is an airport hotel. Oh, wow. Yeah.
Well, that's probably for the best because Houston is not a good place to be stranded.
Yeah, so like I know the Dallas Fort Worth area, like Houston. There's like Galveston is which one?
Galveston's pretty nice.
The old.
I say Galveston's pretty nice, depending on the time of year that you go there.
Which one's the old the Spanish mission town? Is that like El Paso or?
Well, there's a few of them, but I think you are thinking of San Antonio, which is where the Alamo was.
Is where what was?
The Alamo was in San Antonio.
Yeah.
Remember the Alamo?
Yeah, I think I misinformed people on my channel the other day. I said I'd only been to Texas once. I think I might have been there technically 3 times because I had a layover in Texas at an airport when going to and coming from a missions trip I went on.
Oh. Oh, by the way, Courtney says I just made up the spelling. I see what you did there. The UP made UP the spelling. You just made UP the spelling for the UP.
She just made up the spelling.
Yeah. But it could also be UP.
Yeah, but I think she's trying to
use
a pun there.
It's not going to work like if you're, say, like they can spoke and, you know, like it's not going to work well in speech, but it's.
Well, I think I'm going to take off, Lorenzo. I'm getting tired here. It's almost midnight.
What are you going to take off?
Yeah, I'm getting tired, so.
You're not going to take off your clothes, are you?
I'm going to put more clothes on.
No, I'm going to be leaving the panel.
Yes, I made a funny, Courtney. Okay, well, where can we find you, Rick?
You can find me here on YouTube, Cross Comics, Twitter. I do comic books. I have 3 available right now. 2 of them are up on Fund My Comic, and the other one is available for digital, I think, there, but as well it's for digital on my website, crosscomics.ca.
So you've delivered on the Indiegogo for Snowdrift?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so that's sitting around my house somewhere.
Yes.
I'm way behind. I'm backlogged on my comics.
Yes.
Like
I've delivered for all of them. So.
Well, that's cool.
And of course, as I said earlier, I'm going to be having, for those that know, I'm going to be having Pixel Trader on my channel a week today. Well, yeah, a week today, but at about noon. It'll be 12:15 that he comes on, but I'll probably start at noon because I'm going to bring back High Noon for a day.
Whoa!
Oh yeah, that was so. When you originally had that was quite the happening show, and
yeah,
I think it seemed like you kind of. I think you had to. You were.
I got burnt out a little bit.
Yeah, like maybe a Bible class or something, and then when you came back, you just didn't seem like you. It seemed you've got viewers, but it just doesn't seem like everybody's. I don't think all those same people are around though. Like
yeah,
it's rough when you have a schedule and then you break it, and then people are like, "Oh, well, I've already filled in that gap in my schedule."
Yeah.
The weird thing is, I think people are just kind of. Even with my schedule, I think it's become more popular maybe to stream on Thursday nights. Because I remember before it was like it didn't seem like that many people in my audience were streaming, except for there was always the drawn and quartered fan edition, or now it's I think Ultimate Edition.
And by high noon, I don't mean smoking up. It's more referring to the Western reference. Although I'm not a big Western fan, it's just I figured it was a neat. I was streaming my show at noon. I figured it'd be a neat reference.
Not a Western fan? What is wrong with you?
I'll watch them. Don't get me wrong. It's just that my mom is a big Western fan. She grew up on them.
As she should be.
I wasn't like a big fan of like some of those John Wayne movies. I like The Searchers.
Yeah, well, she's not a big John Wayne fan. She's like Roy Rogers, Gene Autry.
I'm an Eastwood fan.
Like the Singing Cowboy stuff?
Yeah.
That's interesting. So, but I mean, I haven't seen much of them, but I did like some of the Clint Eastwood like spaghetti westerns. I really like how those were shot. Like just like I mean, it's love. I mean, even though it was like what filmed in it, was it Italy or Spain? There were Italian directors.
Italy. That's why they have the name spaghetti western.
Yeah. Well, I knew the directors were Italian. I didn't know if they filmed it.
I mean, I think there might have been some here and there, but it was widely shot in Italy, mostly because the directors were there. It was pretty cheap to shoot there. And one of the cool things about a lot of spaghetti westerns is that all the actors just spoke their lines in their native language, and then they would be dubbed over in each of the different languages in final shoot. So like for the English one, often Eastwood, it would be like the only person who's speaking English, and then everybody else is like dubbed over. But technically everyone's dubbed over because they would just take the same audio over itself.
It's kind of even like Fellini had what's his name, Anthony Quinn in La Strada, and I'm trying to remember how that worked out, because I don't think he spoke Italian.
Maybe somebody dubbed his voice in Italian.
I remember if he speaks the lines in English or if he's dubbed by somebody else or how that worked. But that was actually a really good film, because he was playing a strong man, not as strong as Samson, but
yeah.
I'm sorry, Rick. You were saying where we could find you.
Yeah, well, I think I had. Let me just put my link to my channel in the chat, although probably people could just hit the button. And I'm also 1 away from hitting 750 subscribers.
Cool.
Oh, might want to be careful mentioning that on air, because I've mentioned stuff on air before, and then I get
YouTube's going to do what they're going to do, so.
I guess. I don't know. It's like, I don't know. I think the YouTube algorithm will punish people for just trying to do just about anything that would benefit their channel.
You end up losing like 5 subscribers. That's all me.
Well, sure it's not Joshua?
Yeah, I miss.
Oh no, Joshua would be 50 subscribers.
So for people who don't know this, there's a guy named Joshua Hughes, but he's also got. He does. I don't know if he has this account anymore, but he also had Joshua Shoes.
He's got a lot of them. N-word Joshua, Chibi Joshua,
SGW Joshua. Like one of the Joshuas I can't even repeat.
And thank you, Courtney.
Well, it's not completely. Yeah, it's still not the actual word, but like a kind of a euphemism for a word that I can't repeat. Or I should say, I probably shouldn't repeat. Oh, and he subscribed. That's something you probably shouldn't put in the chat either. I've heard that will even negatively affect the channels if you put the word sub. But
yeah, well, once in a while it doesn't hurt. And I just
people use that kind of a lot on here, but thanks, Courtney. I appreciate you.
I returned the favor.
You got, and that's another thing is like YouTube doesn't want somebody to. I'm not even gonna say it. Like get a submarine sandwich and then and then somebody else a submarine sandwich. You know what I mean?
They don't want people returning favors.
Yeah.
They used to call the way you could say it now without triggering is just S for S.
Yeah, I don't know. After a while, though, YouTube will figure that out. Like showing my full support was like something would be a euphemism that people use for subscribing. But I think YouTube's algorithm has figured that out too. That like even
well, it's not the algorithm so much as the people writing the algorithm.
Well, I don't know how it works. Yeah, it could be it. I'm not even sure if the folks at YouTube are fully aware of how their algorithm works.
Yeah, it's kind of like a black box where it's like they kind of know, but there's a lot of stuff going on inside where they don't know the dynamics of it.
Like, I do think so there's been some rumors that they go and tweak it for certain things, like supposedly, and what seemed to happen for a while was maybe still happen is the so-called definitive news sources, which were like the legacy media outlets, traditional media, would end up at the top of a search when searching for a topic. I don't know if they're still doing that, but for a while that definitely seemed to be the case. I can't prove that they went in and tinkered with their algorithm, but I thought that they actually admitted that they were doing that, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I said that before, and someone else disputed it, so I won't say it for 100% certainty. But I think what was happening was there was some there was some concerns about some accusations by some of the legacy media outlets, the traditional media, that certain YouTube channels were supposedly radicalizing people, and then so they started promoting the corporate, the more traditional news channels, like say CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News. Even I think those would end up at the top of probably different ones and different, probably the CBC and the BBC as well.
Yeah.
So whether or not those are really doing a better job in this age of 24-hour news and people trying to get scoop on things before somebody else does, that's up to the viewer to decide. I'm not gonna get too political about that, but
well, I'm gonna take off, Lorenzo.
Take
Thanks for having me on. We'll catch you later. So bye for now.
See you later.
God bless you as well. Let's see. I can. Trying to figure out how. I can't even see how long we've been streaming. So she's pretty buff. I mean, I noticed that a while ago.
Yeah, that is a muscular chick.
So this is something Daniel.
Yeah, you've been streaming for over 3.5 hours at this point.
Yeah.
But
so
yeah,
this is one of Daniel's, right?
Yes, she is.
And I think we talked about that earlier, but yeah, I've seen Daniel retweet on one of his accounts. He's retweeted some pretty muscular women.
Bob likes muscular women. Shiny abs.
So I just noticed. For a second there, it sounded like neighbor might have been. So it's hard for me to know when. I don't know when my neighbor actually tries to get to sleep by a certain time.
Well, he has a job interview or something tomorrow.
Well, I'm talking about my neighbor. Are you talking about Daniel? Or?
Oh, yeah, Daniel. Sorry, I misheard you, I guess.
Oh, yeah, that is interesting. Oh, hey, Ice Queen. Good to see you. Here we go. Congrats. Oh, that was on the. Was it the 5? It was the 500 subs.
Well, Courtney just hit 500. Rick hit 750, I think, or something like that.
Oh, That's 505. Oh, congratulations on that, Courtney.
That's only 250 away from monetization.
I'm subscribed. I'm not gonna tell people what to do, but I mean, I would recommend that, if you like good content, and if you don't, then don't subscribe. No, sorry, just joking around. I'm not trying to be passive aggressive about it. Ice Queen says, "Hey, Lorenzo, just popping in to show my support, but I'm still sleeping." Well, thanks for showing up in your sleep for sleep viewing. Gotta check out and go home, says Courtney. Well, it looks like we're kind of losing our viewers, so
you might as well call it quits.
Bye.
Yeah, it might be time to wind down.
Everyone, much love. Well, it's midnight here. Bye, Courtney. So Ice Queen's got a new. That's wait. It's got. She's got different profile pic. It's a different one than I remember seeing in this. At least remember seeing on YouTube. For all I know, she might have been using this for years, and I'm misremembering. And this is Geass Deviant page. Yeah, I'm starting to slur my words. So where can we find you, Geass?
Do you ask me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can find me at deviantart.com as master-geass. It's on the screen.
Yeah.
In the chat. And probably in the description.
I like asking people that, just both out of tradition, and with my dyslexia, like I'll even like I have both dyslexia but I also have poor like audio comprehension, so I'll even have the closed captions or subtitles on for a show and be listening to it in English. So sometimes I'll do then later on have the subtitles on and listen to the Japanese version or whatever if it's a foreign movie. I often have both subtitles and audio on because it helps with my comprehension. Let's see, my reading skills aren't the best. Anything else?
No, that's about it. I'm not even sure if I'm going to be posting this picture or not. I might. I don't know. I'll talk it over with Bob.
Well, thanks for sharing. And let's see. Mr. Ganafui's like, try to read this. Amidst the labyrinthine convolution of convoluted syntax. Amidst the labyrinthine, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that right.
I don't think I can pronounce it either.
Syntax.
I've heard it said both labyrinthine and labyrinthine.
Oh yeah. I would think that an Aussie might say labyrinthine. I think that might be a certain Commonwealth. I don't know. I mean, when I listen like Australian podcasts, sometimes it seemed like the I part would be the long I would be used a little bit more, like the word mobile, but that could even be a regional thing too, or just how people speak on the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. Does seem like they have a number of different people speaking different dialects on there, though. You are okay. Well, I appreciate you joining, Mr. Yanafoi, and Jed. Thanks for joining. Good day, Lorenzo. Hope you well, my man. Hello, everyone here. God bless you all. But God bless you as well. If you guys have something to promote, please promote it now. I think now are you done with Geass? Because I want to make sure.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm just going to finish off this. I think he drew this wrong. Like,
I'm going to be very careful how you respond.
yeah, like
he's not here to.
Yeah, but this thing is the type of armor right here. It's supposed to be on the elbow, but it's kind of off to the side, so it's covering the hinge more. Side.
Yeah, but my joke was going to be, he probably did. Not that it looks not like it doesn't look off to me, but like it seemed like you and him might have a little situation involving communication issues where you communicate one thing and you might take some sort of artistic license or whatever.
Hey, he takes artistic license again. You should have seen the conversation we had about a mirror, which he never relented on.
I
was trying to explain to him how physics
like something that gets brought up every week, that there's some sort of thing that where he took some artistic license, or maybe I don't know. I don't want to negatively affect his business. I think
fair enough.
I enjoy his work. It just seems like sometimes things on you end up mentioning.
I still keep using him, even all things considered.
Huh?
I do have issues with his work sometimes, but I still keep using him for whatever reason. I mean, he's relatively cheap, at least compared to a number of other artists.
Yeah, I like his style too. I mean, and like if you get him, like, I don't know if he does this anymore, but he used to do these holiday sales. Now it might take him a while to get caught up with some people from what I recall hearing, but it seemed like you could get like commissions for really good prices from him. I've definitely considered it. I mean, he's one of the main people I want to commission. It's just, I don't know what I'd commission. I mean, I guess it would be just myself.
Yeah.
Like an image of myself, but I don't know what I'd be doing. So I'm sure he could come up with something creative.
Yeah. I need to get him to draw a picture of a fairy for me, but I'm still struggling with coming up with her outfit. So that's why it's not gone anywhere. Though I still need that robot bat.
Is that something you commissioned from him?
Yeah, it goes with Codex.
Oh, okay. So it's like an accompanying.
Well, Codex is a druid. And he's supposed to have this robot bat as his companion.
Okay, yeah.
And for the past couple of months, I've just been using a stock photo of a bat, or stock drawing of a bat for his companion.
Oh, okay, yeah. I see.
This is my Pathfinder character.
So wouldn't that be kind of like you got Odin, but he doesn't have his what did Odin have? Was it a raven, or
what?
What did Odin have? Was it a raven, or what was it that
he has 2 ravens?
2 ravens, yeah.
Raven. Okay. I thought you said Rhaegon at first.
Yeah, no. Odin has 2 ravens and 2 wolves.
Back in the day, the chat would be hailing Raven one.
I'm hailing Raven. Hail Raven.
And yeah, so yeah, when you got like these companion animals, I could see.
Yeah, I couldn't get him to add the ravens.
He fixes that situation because that sounds like an integral part of the drawing.
Yeah, I decided to give my sorcerer's character a pair of ravens as familiars.
So was this something that was decided when he commissioned?
Well, it was kind of added in after the fact.
Oh, okay, I can understand that.
I had him draw a picture. Well, I had him draw a picture of my sorcerer's character and a necromancer, and Champ paid for that because he liked the concept of the picture. Later, we paid him. I paid him, and some other guy paid him to add more characters to the picture. I wanted him to also add a pair of ravens while I was at it, but that didn't end up happening.
Well, I think I'm gonna have to go to. If there's not anything else, I probably should go to the metal because I'm getting really tired.
Yeah, at this point, I'm going to call it quits for the night.
Well, thanks for being on the panel, and I'm sorry I didn't focus more on your art.
Yeah, that's okay. Though, I probably should have asked this before I closed it, but how did you like it?
Oh, the artwork. I liked what you were working on. I'm not quite sure. Let's see. I'm gonna have to look at it again.
I think she's done from the waist up.
Looks like you're still kind of. It's still got like green background and everything.
Well, yeah, the background is something I just leave on here until I'm finished with it.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
I can just
it's still a work in progress.
Yeah, I mean, I can just get rid of the background whenever I want. I just leave it up because it allows me to find some errors every now and then. So how's she looking so far?
Well, it's definitely an interesting skin color. What did you say the story behind?
She's made out of mithril, which just reminds me of some.
Oh, okay.
Something I was going to do with the shine, but I never got around to actually doing that.
So that's definitely something different. I like the way she's totally ripped. That's kind of a surprise.
Yeah, Bub likes his abs.
Yeah.
Probably why she exposes her midriff.
Yeah, you can tell she's like a female because she does have breastises.
Yes, you certainly do like that part of the anime.
And she has long hair. There are guys with long hair too. So
like Samson.
Yeah. Until he got till his wife. Spoiler alert: his wife cuts off his hair. So the Philistines, his enemies, bribe his wife, and she cuts off. It was a Philistine herself, apparently, and
yeah, it didn't really take much bribing or anything. She was still kind of loyal to her people.
And like she kept pasturing him and pasturing for what's his sorcerer's strength, and he was just like, it seems like he was kind of messing with her too, like it was just
he just come up with like her bad information. Eventually, she got it out of him.
So you are familiar with the story,
yeah.
I guess finally, just after constant haranguing, he gave in and just instead of hair. And he loses like basically his superpowers. I'll just call it that. I mean, his superhuman strength.
Oh no, I died.
Huh?
I said, oh no, I died. I was expecting to die. I'm at the point in the simulator universe where I'm just grinding to get ability points and stuff. So like I'll make it all the way to the boss and then I'll die.
Let's see, that's happened to me. Where can we find you, Metal?
Well, you can find me on I guess almost every site under the username I'm a Demetal, or actually here on YouTube it's literally just at the Metal. But you can find any of my stuff at xdynamuschaos.com because that's where I put the creative content like comics and
really
prose. xdynamuschaos.com.
Okay. That might be, if you can put that in the chat. I don't know if you could do that easily.
There you go. It's on my screen.
Okay, yeah. Because when I was saying if you could, that wasn't just like me saying, please try to do it or whatever. It was just like, if you possibly could. Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I don't have the window for the stream up anymore.
This touch screen's not the best on this Chromebook. For the price, it's pretty darn good. I mean, even works in Linux, which is I'm pretty impressed by. They can run Steam and have like Windows, like I can have like a with a visual novel in Windows and have that running using Proton in Linux on Chrome OS. So I think that's pretty cool. I mean, I can't have like a real graphic intensive game where something takes a lot of processing speed. Like I don't know how this would run like an Android on my Chromebook.
Yeah, I don't know because like the Chromebook I don't believe could run the native application because I just have this running on my computer. They have a PC executable for it.
My Chromebook does run Android apps, but I'm not sure how well it runs something like this.
Yeah, because it's a little newer too. I know my phone has no problem running it.
Yeah, my phone runs it pretty well. The weird thing is, I recommended initially recommended I join the European server, but I joined the US one.
That is interesting. Here, I'm gonna pull the stream back up so I can drop my link.
Okay. It's probably for the best.
Yeah, after I hopped on, I closed it down because I usually try to save as many windows as possible.
Oh, I definitely can understand that.
Anyway, good night, everybody.
Well, have a good night. Thanks for joining, and thanks for coloring on the stream.
Okay, you're welcome.
I can't.
Bye.
I can't really. Yeah, my screen's messed up. Sorry, I can't even hide.
Yeah, it's just taking a second to load back up.
What I'm saying is I can't see the chat or anything right now. I went to
there we go. I got the link in there.
Yes, my StreamYard's acting up.
No, yeah, it was a good stream.
Well, yeah, I can't really zoom out or anything. Let's see. I'm gonna reload the stream. Sorry about that. Let's see.
Yeah, but like I said, I did finally get the link in the chat for people to click on.
Okay, yeah, I finally got the page zoomed in or out or whatever the right way. It's hard with this screen though. I can actually see people better backstage now that look like StreamYard did something. Unless maybe I did something with the settings for my StreamYard. Because like everything, like things fit on my screen better with this 11-inch screen. The problem is everything's much smaller now than it used to be.
Yeah, I don't know. I've only ever used it on Windows PC, so I don't know if it's different on different devices.
And again, this is only 11-inch screen, so
yeah, see, I have a second monitor that's 24 inches, so that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, that would be the way to go with this thing. But yeah, I want to get a better laptop. But the nice thing about this is it's only 2.5 pounds. The speakers are so lousy that I don't even need to wear headphones because I don't get echo or anything. I don't know if the speakers are lousy or, well, they are lousy as well, but
yeah, I would assume they're lousy.
yeah. So, but that's helpful when streaming. The mic doesn't seem to be much worse than using a condenser mic. And my condenser mic I kept knocking over because I didn't have a microphone stand. So, I mean, a Blue Yeti would be better than this, but
oh, I actually have a Blue Yeti. That's what I'm talking into right now.
The condenser mic I did have wasn't that much better than this. I mean, maybe it was. I don't know.
Yeah, I want a better condenser, but like I actually have experience doing audio setup. Right now I'm only using a digital mixer, but if I had like a better condenser, I'd want to get to the point that I have an actual audio mixer. And then I realize I don't have the space for that right now next to my setup, so I need to extend my space before I do that.
So I probably should say the final words.
Absolutely.
And of course, check out the Metals channel. I'm your host, Lorenzo Sleestak. You can find me here. I'm not sure about next week because I might be busy, but I'll try to keep people filled in. But you can find me Thursday nights at 5 p.m. Pacific, U.S. 6 Eastern, 7 Central, 8 p.m. Wait. What did I say? 5 Pacific, 6 Mountain, 7 Central, 8 p.m. Eastern. And then got a lot of people in the Philippines who watch. And so it's actually 8 a.m. Friday in the Philippines, so it's the next day there. And we broadcast on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Have an excellent night, everybody. Take care.